Hello there, you spectacular specimens of humankind.
Hand it to
you
me,
happy-go-lucky
go.
scamps
Hand
of
it to it.
individuals.
Hand it
My God.
to it.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going, Milky Pock? How you doing? How's it going, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. Oh, my lordy. Hello, you beautiful individuals. It is I, Valen Vane. Dressed all gothic, for we today are going to be reading The Joys of Dracula. But welcome on in. Welcome on in. I've just smashed a cheeky little sandwich in my face because I realized just as I press go live that I haven't actually eaten all day. So I was like, I better eat before stream. That would be wise. A wise decision to say the very, very least, you cheeky devils. But welcome on in, also brand new people. Becca Gombatti, welcome on in. I love your content. Happy to finally meet you on the live. Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. Cora Silverwood, welcome back. And Irish Cougar, hello, you cheeky devils. So stoked for this. Well, I'm not surprised. It is the Stoker, after all. But welcome on in, you beautiful beans. Let me say hello to everybody. And then I'll explain the way it's going to work and what have you. But first, I wanted to show everybody this. Come here, hold on. Boop. There we go. This, I don't think you can really see it. Damn it.
Ooh, you little stalker.
I'm going to have to, like, take a photo of it and put it in the Discord or what have you. But this is a ring that I won many years ago. It's from Whitby, and it has got the Dracula, in inverted commas, coat of arms. So, it's got, what is supposedly the Dracula coat of arms with some Whitby, is it Whitby obsidian? Whitby jet. The black stone that you can see in the dark void there behind it, which was a prized possession of mine because I won it at the Whitby It was the Bram Stoker Film Festival. And Onyx, thank you very much. One True Cripple. It was the Bram Stoker Film Festival, and I was there, and I ended up hosting the modeling catwalk, as it were. And it was all very interesting and glorious and spectacular and what have you. So, yeah, but today we are going to be indulging ourselves in Dracula. Depending on how I'm feeling is depending on how interesting the accents are going to get. I'm genuinely quite tempted. Maybe I'll do a vote in the chat before we get into it. To give Dracula the same accent as Nosferatu has in the most recent movie, you know? I know. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, I tell you. Aries Ptolemy, thank you very much for bringing your beautiful people here. I very much appreciate it, you wonderful beings. I haven't even said hello to everybody yet. Scandalous, I tell you. Absolutely bloody scandalous. And here you are, bringing all your beautiful people in here. Outrageous. Out-bloody-rageous, I tell you. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people here. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't be corrupting the ears of the young. People from my stream, go and check out Aries Ptolemy, doing some Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the original Bloodlines. I fucking love that game. I very, very much enjoyed the game, you beautiful bean. That was very, very... I hope it is treating you as well as it treated me. I do want to go back. Maybe in the October, I will go back and revisit that one. But yeah, people go and check out Aries. Aries is a wonderful, wonderful friend of ours who we love very, very, very dearly. They are fantastic. They are a chaos deity, causing shenanigans wherever they may roam, as they always seem to do. Let me say hello to everybody. By the way, Aries, if you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat or a delightful beverage. Please go do so. I know what it's like when you've been streaming, you cheeky devil. Qualia, welcome on in, you beautiful individual. Razotta, you happy-go-lucky scamp. Van's couch is the vampire. I mean, it could be. It's definitely very inviting, shall we say. Rebgresh, how you doing? Gilus, you cheeky little devil. Tierna Law, hello, you beautiful individual. Mag, you cheeky devil. Astro Girl, hello, you wonderful bean. Caro, hello, how's it going? Vexatious Quipster, you cheeky devil, how's it going? Paladari, you wonderful bean. Garito, hello. Oh, we've got another wonderful individual, new person here. CL Moss, welcome on in. How you doing? Thank you very much for coming and saying hi. Good evening, everyone. Helena, you beautiful being. How you doing? How's it going? Just seen that Val's makeup on YouTube. Blimey, he looks rather fabulous. Won't tell him, though, in case he gets a big head. I know, Caro. Could you imagine me getting an inflated ego? The scandal, I tell you. The absolute scandal. Pinky Crafter, welcome on in. Hello, how you doing? Zabadian, hello, you beautiful bean. How's it going? Having a great day? I'm very glad to hear that, CL Moss, you beautiful bean. For you, hello, you beautiful bean. How's it going? How's it going? Ilawani, you cheeky devil. Tis gloomy. Do you know what? It is a little bit gloomy here where I am today, but I feel like that's just the weather in preparation for the fact that we're reading a Gothic horror, you know?
Historical fact. Today in 1181 the supernova SN 1181 in the constellation Cassiopeia is observed by astronomers and is visible for the next 185 days.
Well, I never. Back in 1181, I bet they didn't know what was going on, did they? I bet they looked up in the sky and they were like, that star's real bright. What's happening? What's happening? They had no idea that it was a supernova. Well, shit. Thank you very much for that historical little fact, Zabadian. I will be turning off the audio to all of the alerts when we start the book, but not just yet. Not just yet, you know? I figured I'd say hello to everybody first, as I am known to do. Nibberin, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Vexatious Quipster, how's it going? Caitlin, you wonderful bean. Yes, exciting. I've never read Dracula. But it's one of those...
Panda to it! Panda to it!
Echo, echo, echo.
I mean, oh, there is an echo? There is an echo? TTS sounds a little echoey. So that didn't echo, but the first one did. Huh. For the people that may be new here, the Windows update that has recently happened, Windows have implemented some specific audio-based stuff, specifically to do with AI. It turns out that they have shoehorned in some AI that is meant to automatically detect audio levels on behalf of everyone that doesn't want it. So it's basically for myself, who uses computers and audio all the time, for anybody that does streaming, anyone that does audio work, any description of recording, any description of music files, etc. It's fucked us all, because nobody fucking asked for it. And Microsoft can go chew a leathery foreskin, as far as I'm concerned. For those people that may have come over from other channels, I get far more explicit on this channel. If you've come over from Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, yeah, I am not withheld by the censorship of those platforms. So you'll see that my colorful vocabulary is not limited by censorship, you know? Hestia, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Little Kitty as well, one of my favorite films. I'm too illiterate to read the whole book. You've got to remember that the book was written in the 1800s.
Panda to it! Panda to it!
I have to say, I prefer audiobooks to written books. I don't know why. I guess they just really speak to me.
You wound me, Zabadian. You wound me. Just as I thought we were getting on, just as I thought that maybe me and thee could be friends, we could indulge ourselves together in a level of friendship, you decide to ruin me through the medium of dad jokes. I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for. I hate you and the horse you rode in on. I hate you all. God damn it. I'm confused by how this works. Bits thing or donating. Did I do that right? I'm not sure. Becca Gonbatti, are you new to Twitch, you beautiful bean? Are you new to Twitch? I think you said that you love your content. No, so you've come over. Not a problem at all. First things first, you do not have to donate. I can see that you've already subscribed, and I very much appreciate that. I have written your name on the mirror, but I didn't do it on stream just in case you didn't want that. You know, if somebody subscribes off stream, I tend to just write their name on the mirror in private in case they don't want all of the attention, as it were. But I very much appreciate that. It's very, very kind. There is never any obligation to subscribe. There's never any obligation to throw biddies. There's never any obligation to donate by any stretch of the imagination. Okay? Now that that's there, I want everyone to... You want the attention? In which case, I'll throw it at you in a moment. Let me explain this situation first, and then I'll do that. The whole spiel that I normally do, okay? So that's the first thing. The first thing is there is never... All of the content that I make, all the content that everyone makes on Twitch is all for free. It doesn't cost anybody anything. If the way that I kind of like to see it is kind of like a street performer, in the regards of we provide all of this entertainment for free. If people like it, then maybe they'll dip into their little pockets and throw some money at us, you know? The 3 ways that you can support a streamer on Twitch is, first of all, subscribing, which I can see that you've done that. That is a subscription. So every month, you'll see what you get in a minute, but every month you get access to all of the emotes and stuff. You also get different benefits for different streamers. For me, you get like a discount on the merch store, that kind of thing, and we have a bit of a laugh together. So that's all fun and games. And of course, you support me, and you get ad-free viewing. So that's always a nice thing. Second of all, you can use bits, which is kind of like Twitch's internet currency. So you buy bits off Twitch, and then you can spend those bits wherever in across the platform.
Free the trolls, free the trolls.
Like Milky Pork has just thrown out 404 bits there, which is our randomizer. It will grab a random alert and mix it with a random sound. Thank you very much, Milky Pork, for demonstrating that. That cost you, that is where you buy bits off Twitch, and every single time you throw bits at us, it's kind of like the equivalent of 1 cent per bit, there or thereabouts. Okay, that's like the internet. You get special, in this channel at the very least, you get special alerts for different amounts of bits, for example, you know? And thirdly, you can donate directly, which is, we have a donation goal up here. This is, I'm explaining this once, because I don't like to direct people to my my donation goal, okay? I don't like to do that, because you people are far too unbelievably kind already. I don't need to encourage you to do this, okay? But for your knowledge, you can do, I think it's !Dono. We'll tell you what we're currently aiming towards. And ko-fi.com/ValenVane is like the tip link if you want to donate something to me, etc. Thank you very much, Alexander Griffin, for throwing that out there. Then that will do it. All of these numbers that have appeared at the side, courtesy of Gilus, each one of those is a different bitty amount, as it were. So if somebody, when 404 isn't on there on purpose, but if somebody donates like 69 bits, a unique alert appears. If somebody donates 303 bits, a unique alert appears. If it's not one of these numbers, then it goes to like a generic sort of alert that we have.
Filthy, I tell you. Filthy.
They're just cleaning each other. They are just cleaning each other, Alexander Griffin. They're just cleaning each other.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it.
There we
Hand
go.
it to it.
There you go, Becca Gonbatti. So you have donated 100 panderings to me. You've donated 100 bits to me. Thank you very much for that. That's the equivalent of approximately $1 there or thereabouts. Thank you so much for that. That's very, very kind of you. For future reference, if you want to do the 100 bits like that and type a message afterwards, then text-to-speech will repeat that
Hand it
for
to my
you.
ego.
Much
Hand
like
it to
Milky
it.
Pork's
Hand
doing
it
now.
to it.
Why don't vampires go to church?
Oh, God.
Well, they're okay with the Father and the Holy Ghost, but they simply cannot bear the Son.
And as you can see, the community
You subscribe.
vexes me with their
Most
TTS.
kind.
Stacy coming in with the Prime. I'll also say to Becca as well. Becca Gonbatti. Becca Gonbatti, I've already inscribed your name upon the Mirror of Vein, because like I said, I did it offline in case you didn't want to be called out, as it were. But I will now inscribe the name of Stacy alongside you there. Thank you very much for choosing to use your Amazon Prime one here. You could use it anywhere, but you choose to use it here, and I appreciate that very, very much. WV. I have inscribed your names upon the Mirror of Vein. By having your name upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. In fact, technically, it's a metaphorical Snapchat, because I deleted it all. It doesn't even exist anymore, because I got sick and tired of pornography bots, to be quite honest with you. But you also get access to all those sexy little emotes, and you get a discount on the merchandise store. There is not an obligation to buy any merchandise, but it's a happy little extra if you would like it. Do you know what I mean? But the most important thing for all of you beautiful individuals, the most important thing you have to do is every single morning, as you're all new here, it's very important that we talk about this. Every single morning, you need to roll over. When you wake up, roll over, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Sexy, oh, yes, meow, you know? That is a mantra that we have that subscribers need to say, all right? The only way we know how to do it, all right? Okay? Don't do mirrors, Alpha Demon, then you should. You should do mirrors. Mirrors are wonderful and absolutely glorious and spectacular. And if anybody ever turns around and says that they don't do mirrors because they're ugly, you can shut the fuck up, because you're not. I won't have it. I was once described as the kind of person that will bully you into loving yourself, and I am absolutely holding tight to that reputation. Not a single one of you is ugly. Every single human being in the entire world is beautiful, whether they like it or not. It's actual fact. Do you know what I mean? They are also the portals. Then cover them up. Like, look into them and be like, oh, look, I look really pretty, and then cover them up and what have you. However, I don't think you have to worry too much, Alpha Demon, because I have 58 mirrors in this room, and so far, 58 mirrors with people's names written on them, and so far, nobody's really, like, nothing's come out and got me. No, nobody's come out and got me. You know? Not yet. If that changes, I think you'll be all right with a mirror until such a time as they come and get me. Because if anyone is ever going to get got by another worldly creature, if some weird tentacle cosmic horror from beyond is going to take anybody, it is absolutely going to take me. They are going to come through and they're going to make me airtight, like the tentacle daddies that they are, okay? That is the only way for. Don't jinx it. I don't think I have to worry, but thank you very much for your concern, Alpha Demon. I've been doing this a very long time, you know? I've been doing this a very, very long time. Right, where was I? Milky Pork, how you doing? How's it going? Hestia, Little Kitty, of course. Cora Silverwood, hello, you cheeky devil. Irish Cougar, welcome on in. Fake Corviday, if I have got a wonderful moderator available, could I get a shout for Fake Corviday, please? I would very, very much appreciate that. Zooty Booty, hello, you beautiful bean. Little Kitty, hello. You got veggie spring rolls, love to hear it. Killer Queen Rage, hello, you exquisite individual. Caitlin, how you doing? How's it going? Sure, Stokered. Oh my god, really? Mendiza, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Looking fancy, yes. People go and check out my dear friend, Faye Corviday. Faye Corviday is a member of the stream team that I am a part of. They are frequently in bird form. And I was watching them the other night playing a wonderful little puzzle game, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And it really got my brain ticking. And then I realized that it was really late at night and I needed to go to bed because I had lots to do this morning. So I was just like, I need to leave now. Otherwise, I am going to sit here till 6 a.m. doing these puzzles. I need to leave. But thank you so much for the shout out, mods. I really appreciate it. Again, friends of mine, especially if you like nice, chill, sort of fun, puzzly games, Faye Corviday is a beautiful person. Beautiful, wonderful, glorious individual. And I talked a few weeks ago about the fact that people with Faye in their name always put me on guard. Faye Corviday is one of the very few people that don't. One of the very few people that don't. We have banned an unreasonable amount of people with Faye in their name, all right? There are some absolutely amazing people. They are phenomenal and great, and we love them very, very dearly, kind of like Faye Corviday. However, there are some.
Most kind.
Alpha Demon as well, coming in with a tier 1 sub, you cheeky little devil, being a paid subscriber, which means that they take us a little bit closer to a 60-40 split in August. We've technically already got it, but it's a whole thing. I'll talk about it some other time. But welcome on in. Thank you so much, you beautiful bean. I shall now describe your name upon the mirror. Vane. That's very kind of you. Alpha Demon. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, you mean you get access to my personal Snapchat.
Ooh, you little
Thank you so much for these follows, by the way, friends. I really appreciate it. What was I saying? Yeah, you got access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. In fact, technically it doesn't exist because I got sick of Snapchat as a platform. You also get access to all the sexy little emotes, and of course you get access to, well, you get a discount on the merch store. No obligation to buy the merch, but it's there if you would like it. And the most important thing, as you just heard, but I will say it again, you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know, you beautiful being. Right, let me try and whip down a wee bit. I enjoy this look. I'm very glad to hear it, Rach. I'm very glad to hear it. I had a bit of an issue with the winged eyeliner, but we managed to make it work. We managed to make it work. It's definitely got a more gothic vibe than I'm used to. Zabadian coming in with the 100 streams in a row you've been streaking through here. It is gloomy and dark outside. Is that why you're streaking? You're like, finally the sunshine has run away. I can finally get naked and prance around the place for 100 streams in a row. Is that what's going on? Give a man a fish and you will feed him for a day. Teach a man how to fish and you will spend hundreds of dollars on equipment and he will use it twice a year. I mean, in this country, yeah. And absolutely, 100%. Loving the traditional goth look. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I did have a different cravat, but it was it didn't look very good, so I bailed on it and went for the more traditional one that I'm used to. Iluana also coming in with a 65 stream streaky cheeky devil. Good lord. Outrageous.
Stalker.
Thank you so much for all these follows today, friends. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but I very, very much appreciate them. Fluffy Bunny Gal, Astro Girl, and Caitlin, are you all still here, you beautiful beans? Thank you so much for choosing to lurk. You only have to do it the once, you beautiful bean. You only have to do it the once. And it will register you as a lurker. You don't have to keep spending all of your points doing it, but it's okay. Cora Silverwood also coming in with the 3 streams in a row, you beautiful individual. And then we had the raid from Eris Ptolemy, of course. Paladari, Tabby the Panda, hello you beautiful beans. Mel Sinerf, hello you cheeky devil. Missed the raid, but we'll take the popcorn. Absolutely. Do it. Do it, you beautiful bean. Thanks, Jam. God damn it, Jam Brain, calling me out in my own chat. Outrageous. Out bloody rageous. How's it going, Dapper Cogsworth? Hello you cheeky devil. Caitlin, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses with your channel points there? Astro Girl. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses as well? Did I see a a fluffy bunny gal? No, not yet. Not yet. But Druidess of Midian and Jason Andrew as well. All of these beautiful people coming in here claiming cheeky kisses. I will not call them out, but friends, you only have to redeem the lurking. So we've got a channel point redemption lurking, and it literally only it's a 10-point channel redemption. If you only do it the once, that's all that matters. If you keep doing it, it becomes what we call spamming, and it ends up really annoying me and really annoying the mods, and you'll just end up getting banned. Just so you're aware. Well, you got timed out. You got timed out for 10 minutes there, because there you go. You annoyed the mods. This is what happens. I trust my mods. You see. If you want to lurk and you want to use your 10 little channel points to do that, you are very, very welcome to do so. If you keep spamming it, then it becomes extremely problematic because it just starts to annoy me, starts to annoy all of the people in the chat, starts to annoy the moderators, and the mods will absolutely thingies. Yeah. Lurk away, just don't overdo it, for sure, for sure. Also, then we had Phantom Zandria come here, you. What do you like claiming cheeky? Is it Fluffy Bunny Gal claiming another one, so you get 2 here. And another. Good lord. Getting your enthusiastic cheeky kisses in there. And Grand Zenarch. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses? Also, Jason Andrew has redeemed Praise the Mods. Could you, delightful individuals that are in chat, could you please throw some mod loves in the channel? Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful, wonderful mods. Mods, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, especially today, because today is not a day that I normally stream, but we are doing an extra stream as a way of me saying thank you for the community smashing the last donation goal in order to get us to read Dracula. So thank you so much, you beautiful beans. This is an extra stream that I'm doing, and I really appreciate you going out of your way to be here for this stream. I really do. I really, really do. Milky Pork, what do you like claiming cheeky kisses? And Aylin Zana. Good lord, all of you people. Desperate for the cheeky kisses. I'm going to have to lube up my lips, aren't I? Going to have to lube up my lips after all them cheeky kisses. Especially as I'm going to be doing a lot of talking today, you know? Get rid of that as well now. Mendes are coming in with the 20 streams in a row you've been streaking through here. Pinky Crafter, welcome on in. Had to restart due to PC shenanigans. I'm loving it, especially since I found out console commands exist. Don't want to bumblefuck my way through without dying. It was quite rude. That is entirely fair. That is entirely fair, Eris, you beautiful bean. Right, I'm going to whip down right down to the bottom. Very quickly make sure that I'm not missing anybody brand new. Tedious Melody, how you doing? For you, Hella, you cheeky devil. Qualia, of course. Dono Goals are through Kofi. Yes, yeah. There we go. Thank you so much. Can I just take a moment to really appreciate all you beautiful people who are who have been in the community for a little while. Thank you so much for taking the time to try and help the new people that are new to Twitch. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you.
In this day and age? Oh, swoon.
Becca Gone Batty, thank you very much for the 300 little panderings there. I very, very much appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. You managed to get yourself a unique alert there, you see. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. That's so unbelievably kind of you.
Little stalker.
And all these, I'm being spoiled rotten today. Is it Zali? Zalin Wu? Zalin Wu, is that how you pronounce your name? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in and saying hi. Alexander Griffin, can I get a shout out for Alexander Griffin, please, darling moderators? I would appreciate that. I came here for the Dracula. I'm staying for the glorious performance and watching and welcoming vibe. Thank you so much, Irish Cougar. I really appreciate that. I will be jumping into it momentarily. I'll talk through the way that we're going to do this. But before we do that, friends, go and check out my dear friend, Alexander Griffin, a actor extraordinaire, tarot reader, and plays a lot of very emotive story games. They're a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful being who I very much love and appreciate. We had a good chat the other week, which was good fun. I say the other week, like last week. Which was good fun. Dua Amitaba, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Previously, hellish heat of doom must have subsided because Valen has donned the dapper drapery and sleeves of deliciousness. Yes, I do have a fan directly pointed at me, though. Because even though the clouds are covering the sky, it is still very toasty. Ghost Emma Jane as well, welcome on in. I knew I missed some new people. How you doing, you beautiful bean? Pause, welcome back on in. Hello, you cheeky devil.
Panda to it, panda to it.
Have you ever realized how pretty the second letter of the word hive is? I've always heard that beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
I see what's going on, Zabadian. You are desperately trying to get them in before I mute all of the alerts, aren't you? That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Thank you so much for the 100 little panderings. Don't laugh, chat. Do not encourage this behavior, okay? The more you laugh, the more it will encourage this behavior. It's outrageous. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it. Don't make me get the breadboard, okay? The breadboard for your buns. Stacy, how you doing? Welcome on in. Vet, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Only when they face each other? Well, Tedious Melody, I do have to admit that they're all on this wall, and they're all on that wall, and they're facing each other all over. Thank you so much there, Becca, for another 100 little panderings. You are spoiling me today. Thank you so much. This is very, very kind of you. You don't have to do this at all. I am providing all of this content for free. It's all for free. It's all for free, you beautiful beans. You know? Yeah, there are a lot of mirrors facing each other in this room. Which could be risky.
Panda to it, panda to it.
How do vampires stay cool in the summer? They use scare conditioning.
Oh my, that one's loose.
Panda to it, panda to it.
Was there going to be a preaching to the perverted night at some point?
There was indeed, Qualia. It was meant to be tonight, but because I am so unbelievably busy with quite a few things at the moment.
Hand it to it.
Look what you did. Look what you did. Look what you did. Quiet kept. Look what you did. All right.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it.
Now I've got to explain what's going on as well.
Did you hear about when Dracula was trying to send a letter to Mina? Apparently she said it was full of typos.
Yeah,
God damn it, Eris Ptolemy.
Most kind.
Mina, not minor TTS. Mina. So, to all those new people that have just joined us who have never been on Twitch before and don't know what is going on, what has happened now is something called a hype train. Okay? I personally believe that you should treat a hype train like an impromptu erection. If you leave it alone, it'll go away. Okay? Leave it alone, it'll go away. That would be best for everyone. However, this entire community like to poke it and stroke it as much as humanly possible. Do not be lulled into their sinful ways. Okay? Don't be doing it. Don't be doing it. The scenario is any subscriptions,
hand it to my
gifted
ego.
subscriptions.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
I'm jealous. Can't wait till I can earn cheeky kisses.
Second carriage connected.
That cheeky kisses, you don't need to. It's got nothing to do with
Do you
bits.
ever wonder what it would look like if the general concept of hedonism fucked a peacock and then put the offspring in leather pants? And you need to watch twitch.tv/Balan
Oh, me. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Peachy. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So much chaos. So much chaos. Millen, thank you very much for gifting out 10 subs to the community. So what Millen has done there is they've used their own money to gift subscriptions to the community. So those 10 people get the same benefits of a subscription for the entire month. From now until a month's time, okay? Which is outrageous. Outrageous. So the way that it works, as you can see there, we have gone from level 1 to level 4 out of nowhere because of the gifted subscriptions, because of Zali giving us a subscription there as well. Is it Zalin? Is it Zalin? I'm not entirely sure. Remind me how to pronounce your name, you beautiful being, so that I can get it correctly. And of course, because of Becca throwing out the little panderings there as well. We have got a special hype train today, though, friends, which means that, like, this is not an encouragement to do this, okay?
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follows, you beautiful being. I really appreciate it.
Hand it to my ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Oh, no TTS? No TTS. Zarlin. No worries, you beautiful being. Thank you so much for correcting me. I will do my best to remember that in the future. What was I saying? So, I'm telling you for educational purposes, because I know not lots of new people are here, have never been on Twitch before, okay? So that's a hype train, is the more that people donate and give subs and what have you, which you don't have to do, and I encourage you to not do. I encourage you to keep your beautiful money in your beautiful pockets, okay? But the more that people donate subscriptions, the more that people subscribe themselves, and the more people throw bitties, the higher the train gets. And you get like special emotes for certain levels of the train, etc. There are certain variations of the hype train. This is one of them, which is called a treasure train, which means that if somebody is gifting subscriptions to the community...
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
Coo all aboard the brat train.
Confound thee. No. No with your 145 little panderings, Major Jiggle. God damn it. If somebody is gifting...
I tell you. Filthy.
They're not filthy. That's a Pokemon with my face on it, Milky Bok. That's not filthy.
Connected.
Bloody fifth carriage. What is going on? Eris Ptolemy.
Because I got titty tassels on.
Confound the Eris. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. So Eris gifting 5 subs there. She will have got a 35% off. 35% off. The 5 gifted subs there. Which is very, very kind of you, Eris, but you don't have to do that, okay? As much as I appreciate there's a discount, it doesn't mean...
Subscribed. Most kind.
Thank you so much, Amgarth, you beautiful individual. I am going to have to scroll up because I've got to go right the way up to Zarlin, excuse me, because I'm way behind.
Ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
How do you come up with such creative ways to censor yourself on other social media? I find it amusing.
To be fair, a lot of it comes down to having a very, very large vocabulary. Kitty Kit, welcome on in. How you doing?
Filthy, I tell you.
They're just cleaning each other. They're just calm yourself. They're just cleaning each other. It comes down to having a very large vocabulary anyway. That was down to when I was a teenager. My friends kept trying to find more and more and more disgusting ways that we could describe something that
300
wasn't
bits
swearing.
in this
If that
day
makes
and
sense.
age? Oh, swoon.
Grandson
Hey,
Archie
Valor,
Devil.
question for you.
Uh-huh.
Why aren't koalas considered bears? Because they don't have the right koalifications.
That's not a question.
Yeah, you subscribed.
Oh my god.
And,
6th carriage connected.
oh, you followed me.
Rage,
Ooh,
thank you very
little
much for giving us
stalker.
up to Mr. Stamina, you cheeky little devil, you. What? Why are we on level 6? This is meant to be an audiobook stream, friends. This is meant to be a stream where we all sit and listen like a bedtime story, all right? This is not meant to be a hype train stream. I don't know what has come over you all. What is occurring here? Right, let me inscribe the... Zergjerk coming in here doing a little bum toot. Little bum toot. Here we are trying to get rid of the hype train, and there you are doing a bum toot. God damn it. All right, I need to get all of these on the Mirror of Vane. The first one of the 10. Second. Third. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking. But I will get as many of these on as possible.
Yes, mistress. Course, mistress. Don't worry, mistress. I remember the safe word.
If only you would behave as well as Maid Valen, Erish Ptolemy. If only you would behave as well as Maid Valen did. If only. If only. The whatever was that, 4th? 5th.
Shut the fuck up, King. Did I say you could talk?
Hand it to my
Rude.
ego. Hand
Rude.
it to it.
Rude,
Hand
Selena.
it to it.
Rude. Sally, thank you very much. Thank you all so much for these. Also, Aries, thank you very much for redeeming
Hand it to my
Selena's
ego.
voice.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
All of these beautiful people coming in here with the bits. Friends, you don't have to do this. It is a
Hand it to my
Thursday.
ego.
I
Hand
don't
it to
even
it.
stream
Hand
on
it
these days.
to it.
Favorite mythical creature. One that you would bring life.
Does Cthulhu count? I feel like Cthulhu. Cthulhu could make all of my hentai dreams come true. I'm not sure. I feel like something like something particularly fucking weird, like pseudo dragons or something like that. Not even like real dragons, but like little fire lizardy style dragons, you know? The kind of stuff that you would get in like Dragon Song, if you know the book. If you know the book. Okay, almost at the end of the 100.
Hand it to my
Jesus
ego.
Christ, 100.
Hand it to it.
Could
Hand
you
it to
imagine?
it.
Xulu Centaur Unicorn, let's go.
Cthulhu Centaur Unicorn. I mean, that it's a bold combination, to say the least. It's a bold combination. Right, Miller, now
Hand
you've
it to my
finally
ego.
done
Hand it to it.
your
Hand
10
it to
there.
it.
All you beautiful people, you're very kind today. What is happening? What is occurring? What is going on here? Friends, it's a Thursday. I don't normally stream on a Thursday, and you are being unreasonably bloody kind, okay? You don't need to do this. I literally give you this stuff for free, okay? For free. In fact, today is even more of an incentive not to give money to me. Okay? Because today is my gift to you. You have obliterated my donation
Hand it to my
goals.
ego. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
You are awesome.
Becca, thank you so much, you beautiful being. Stop though. Stop. Cease and desist. Hold on.
Cease and desist.
What was that?
Cease and desist.
And if they cease and desist,
Cease and desist.
what will you do?
Huzzah!
I thought so. All right? All the more reason. Shade. Do not encourage the new people, okay? This is a dictatorship, and I put the dick in dictator, okay? Let's be clear about this. Right, on to the 5 very kindly gifted from Eris there.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Hold on. What are we holding? Do my TIDs count?
Do your titties count? Well, if you'd like to. And so long as you're only holding them, Eris, and not inappropriately feeling them.
You followed me.
You know?
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follows, you beautiful being. I really appreciate it. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. Friends, that is it done. The treasure train has choo-chooed the fuck out of here. Please, 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 if you have got any hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now to say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, gifted subbed, threw all those little bitties out there. That is very, very kind of you. 50% of a level 6 hype train is wild, friends. Wild. I've almost done all of these. Okay, that's the 5 done from Eris Ptolemy, which is very, very kind. And then Amgarth came in here as well with a brand new tier 1 sub. All the paid subscribers, by the way, if you are a brand new tier 1 sub, you take us that one step closer to the 60-40 split, which means that I get 60% of all subs and Twitch get 40%. And a tier 2 takes us 2 steps and a tier 3 takes us 6 steps. But that is a lot of money. So please do not be doing that. Keep those monies in your pockets, all right? And then Mr. Stamina, courtesy of...
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Cheeky kisses.
It's gone. It's gone indeed. Cheeky kisses. Yes. So the cheeky kisses you don't need to pay for. They you get channel points, which are kind of like the equivalent of loyalty points for being just being here in the stream. Being a subscriber gets you more.
Most kind.
I'm Garth. What? What, you only just subscribed at level 1 and you already upgraded it to level 2? What? That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do this. Hold on. Thank you so much for taking us 2 steps closer to the 60-40 split. Let me just make sure that there weren't any other subscriptions that I missed out on. Also, Milky Pork donating. Can we please get a load of egos in chat saying a massive thank you to Milky Pork? Sarah is losing it. We love a good set of tentacles. Welcome on in, you beautiful bean. And yes, I'm Garth, you beautiful bean. I will change your name on the mirror vein from the gold ink of the tier 1 to the black ink of the tier 2. Because that way they stand out against the background, you know? Right then, you beautiful, beautiful human beings. You have spoilt me bloody rotten. I'm going to come for all those cheeky kisses momentarily, all right? Good Lord. Alpha Demon, cease and desist. Hold on.
Cease and desist.
What have I told you? Stop. The train is gone. It's already gone. It's already choo-chooed the fuck out of here. All right? There's no need for this kindness. There's no need. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs into the community there as well. Oh my lordy. You're spoiling me, friends.
Panda to my ego.
Absolutely
Panda to it.
Last one for today. I want to say I appreciate your content. It's got me through a lot lately. Red heart.
Thank you so much for sharing, Becca Gombatty. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Seriously though, I do completely not give this stuff for free. So as much as I very, very much appreciate it, it's very, very kind of you. Please don't ever feel like you owe me anything or anything like that. I literally, it's all free. It's all free. Everything I do is pretty much free. Do you know what I mean? Anonymous gifting a sub to Rail Replacement Bus Service. Here was me thinking we were going to have a very nice, chill time of reading a nice bedtime story. And there you are, bratting it up. I see what's going on here. Outrageous, I tell you. Rail Replacement Bus Service. I have inscribed all of those names upon the Mirror of Vane. By having your names upon the Mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devils. In fact, technically, it doesn't even exist anymore because I got sick of pornography bots trying to sell me pornography. You get access to all those sexy little emotes. Amgarth, you get access to the tier 2 emotes that are Pokemon with my face on them. It's as unhinged as you could expect. And of course, all of you get access to the discount on the merch store as well. No obligation to buy merch, just there as a nice little extra if you want it, all right? All right, but the most important thing, all you tier 1s, you've got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? And Amgarth, as a brand new tier 2, you need to roll over and say something slightly different, which is, God, do I wish I was someone else? Because then I'd get to look at me. Ooh, sexy, oh yes, me, yeah, you know? You know? Good Lord. Right. Excessive idling. You have got 2 cheeky kisses. Come here, cheeky devil. Grand Zenarch, are you still here as well? And Gorito, you cheeky little devil, are you both here? I want to make sure you're here before I give you your cheeky kisses. So, Preaching to the Perverted, thank you very much for reminding me. Preaching to the Perverted was meant to be this evening. There will be a reschedule. I've just been really, really busy at the moment, and I had to prioritize doing Dracula. For those people that don't know, we were looking at doing a movie night in the Discord. We have a community Discord where people go and hang out, and they talk to each other, and they support each other, and they share their artwork and their craft projects and all kinds of bits and pieces. They're wonderful, wonderful, wonderful beings. But we have that available if people ever want to use it. Thank you very much, Sembar, for throwing it out there. And sometimes we do movie nights in there. We were meant to be doing the movie night tonight, but I prioritized doing this instead because this is what, I mean, people are literally paying for. They are literally paying, donating to goals in order to give like extra streams and bits and pieces. So I prioritize this.
Most kind.
Major Jiggle coming in for the tier 2 as well. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do. You people have been spoiling me. I feel spoiled. I feel spoiled rotten. If you're not careful, I'm going to get a big head. All right? I know it's pretty big already. Look at the size of this forehead. But this is outrageous. This is actually outrageous. Ikadini, welcome it back on in. This is outrageous. Also, Grand Zenarch and Gorito. What do you like, Clement Cheeky Kisses? Tier 2, Major Jiggle. I shall inscribe your name upon the Mirror of Vane in the Tier 2 black ink. By having your name upon the Mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing, including the Tier 2 Pokemon emotes. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I wish I was someone else? Because then I'd get to look at me. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, all right. All right. Oh, my lordy. Right. That's Grito and Grand Zenarch and Vet Girl. Come here, cheeky devil. What do you like, claiming cheeky kisses? Friends, you have spoiled me rotten. I do want to take a moment to just say a massive, massive, massive thank you to all of you beautiful beings, all those people that subbed, that gifted sub, that threw all those little bitties out there. Milky Pork, even with the donation, you cheeky little devil, taking us, where are we at with it now? 50% of our donation goal. The donation goal at the moment, by the way, I've deleted the whole do donations with speeches because we're meant to be doing audiobook stuff today. All right. But to give everyone a heads up, I've had some debt hanging over my head for 10 years. And I've decided this year is going to be the year that I get rid of that debt. I've been working on it myself as well. But some of these, not all the donation goals, some of them have been towards like helping things with like buying fish for the fish tank and stuff like that. But the donation goal at the moment is to another one to help me get rid of debt in the long run. And every single time we have the end of a donation goal, every single time a donation goal is hit, we actually do a special something. I usually give the vote to the community and I give them 5 options and somebody votes for something. It can be a merch giveaway. It could be a Bob Ross painting where I use eyeshadow to paint a Bob Ross painting on my face. It could be an audiobook stream. It can be a movie night in the Discord. It could be there's loads of stuff. It could be me dressing as a French maid while clearing up murder scenes on a computer game. There are an awful lot of things that it could be. Okay? However, the next one is, in fact, I can show you. The end of this one will be giving us a 3rd episode of the Labyrinth stream. Okay, so for those people that don't know, we have been playing through this Labyrinth roleplay game where Chat is the character Bratley Chatsworth. And they have been fighting against the Goblin King, which was me in that scenario. I dress up and do the entire shenanigans. We have done 2 of the 5 chapters so far. And if this donation goal is, or when eventually, whether it be 2 months' time, 6 months' time, whenever, when this donation goal is finally hit, we will book in the 3rd chapter, The Lands of Yore, which is where the Trash Lady is, and Sir Didymus is, and the Fireys are. If you watch the movie, that's where they all are. Okay, so we will do episode 3 of that once this is all obliterated. And again, a massive thank you to all those people that have donated so far, taking us through all these extra streams and stuff like that, you know. I very much appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Okay, right, I have missed a whole load in chat, so I am not going to if I've missed something vitally important, please repeat it, because I don't like to miss things out. I don't like to like overlook people on bits and pieces. But chat went too quickly, too fast. So I wasn't able to catch up with stuff. Savage DBD, how you doing, you beautiful individual? I'm going to quickly look up and see if I've missed any brand new people, because I like to make sure I say hi to new people. Evil Marksman highlighted a message looking like if Han Solo and Marilyn Monroe had a love child. That is me. That is absolutely me. I am Marilyn Solo, Evil Marksman. That sounds like the name of a fleshlight. Hey man, you want to check out the new Marilyn Solo? Where do you need to click quickly? What, for the Marilyn Solo? There is no Marilyn Solo. I'm not having it. I'm not having it, okay? Oh my lordy. What's the popcorn thing? So yeah, thank you very much, Caro, for explaining that. So when somebody brings, like at the end of this stream, once we finish with this stream, I will take all of you beautiful people to meet a brand new streamer, to meet somebody that many of you will never have met before. Some of you may have met them before. We always take the entire community to go meet somebody new. It's a great way to spread the love around, basically. It's a nice way to take my community so that you can see somebody new. Maybe you'll love them. Maybe you'll think they're absolutely amazing.
Ooh, stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful being. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but welcome on in. However, people do that to me as well. So when they've finished the end of their stream, they'll bring all of their community over to me, like Eris did earlier. Eris came over to me, and then when we do, we get Monty, who works the popcorn machine. Monty, come and show them. Come show them. Like this. There you go. So Monty bounces away, making popcorn, and the popcorn flies everywhere. All right, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Calm yourself. He gets far too enthusiastic, does our Monty, all right? Right, friends, there are going to be some adverts in approximately 40 seconds time, okay? I will wait until the adverts are done, because as much as all you beautiful people who are subscribed are not going to see any adverts, all the people that are not subscribed will be seeing adverts. We do 3 minutes of adverts every hour. Obviously, people that are subscribed don't miss out on that. They don't get to see all of the adverts by any stretch of imagination. And a massive thank you to those people that do sit through the adverts in order to help me out, because I do get a little bit of ad revenue from that, and it means the world to me. I very much appreciate that. Afterwards, after the adverts are done, I will mute the alerts, and we will start the book, okay? We'll start our audiobook stream, all right? We're only an hour into stream, all right? I got distracted a little bit, but I fully blame all of you. It is entirely your fault, okay? Good night, Zabadi, and you take it easy. Thank you so much for stopping by, you beautiful being. I hope you're doing well. Sleep well, you beautiful individual. I seem satisfied already. You have been spoiled me rotten, Becca. I have diverticulitis and Crohn's disease. So I just poison me with the popcorn. Though I don't have both those health issues, thankfully, in remission. Oh, I'm glad they're in remission. That's absolutely amazing. Can I lurking sometimes? You can lurking, Ikadeni, you can lurking once. You only need to lurk once. You only need to do the redeem once. When you do it too many times, it ends up annoying me and annoying the mods and annoying everyone else in chat because it just means that all of the chat sort of disappears, etc. So if you want to do it once when you drop into lurk, you are welcome to do that, you beautiful bean. If you keep spamming it like you did before, then there's a good chance that the mods will get pissed off and ban you, and I won't do anything about it. You know what I mean? You've been warned. You've been warned. Okay, good. Appreciate you. Alpha Demon, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual, you? I appreciate you. That's very, very kind of you. Getting cheeky kisses. Also, Duchess Demona, come here, you. Everyone's getting them in before we start. I see the way it works. Once per stream. I should probably put a limit on it, really. If I put a limit on it, darling moderators, can you put in my list of things to do to put a limit on the amount of lurkings that people can do, please? That would be wonderful. That way I can get rid of the temptation. Do you know what I mean? Fuyu, come here, cheeky devil. What do y'all like coming in? Oh my lordy, and Phoenix to the fence. Good lord. Cheeky kisses all around. Phoenix to the fence with a second one. Outrageous, you beautiful beans. Good lord. How bloody rageous. One true cripple, come here, you. Good lord. All of the cheeky kisses. And Phoenix to the fence again. Good lord. The scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, major jiggle. All right, you better get them in, friends, because we've got 30 seconds left of the adverts. Okay. So close to having enough for a cheeky kiss. Fear ye not. By the end of this stream, you'll probably have enough for several cheeky kisses, Becca gone by. You know, T Blood Moonflower, welcome on in. Not to call anyone out. I don't get where you'd do more than one lurk. If you come out a lurk and then go back in, just say it the second time. I don't know the scenario. May have been like trolling in a jesty kind of way, you know. It could have been that they didn't understand how it worked. It could have been a variety of different things. But they've been warned now. It's all good. It's all good. Excessive idling. How you doing, cheeky devil? Good lord. Take all the cheeky kisses. And Caro, you beautiful bean. Good lord. Outrageous. Hot. Let me whet the old whistle. Mean adorable bastard. How you doing? How's it going? In lurk spot while doing roleplaying. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming by. They thought it was like bitties. Ah, okay. I got you. In which case, it was just a misunderstanding then. We always try and be understanding. We always try and be as understanding as possible. With especially with new people because they don't know how things go. All right. Right then, friends. I will now mute the alerts. Okay. Which means that the visuals will pop up, but I will not be able to like hear them. All right. We have got the sound of the fire in place in the background. I might turn that up a wee bit so that everyone can hear it a little bit more. Can everyone hear the sound of the fireplace for pure ambience? You know? Yes? And then the way that it's going to work, if somebody pops in fact, you know what? Let me do a quick pinned post. In fact, do I have a mod available? Do I have a darling moderator available? I don't know whether they've popped off and grabbed snaffly treats or what have you. TD's Melody, welcome on in. Jamja, how you doing? Could you do me a... Oh, you've done it. Absolutely fantastic. You've already on it. There we go. The sound alert's going to be muted during the reading of Valen's reading of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Yeah, done it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that. You were already on it. Good lord. Right. Friends, without further ado, let us open the book of Bram Stoker's Dracula. How these papers have been placed in sequence will be made manifest in the reading of them. All needless matters have been eliminated, so that a history almost at variance with the possibilities of latter-day belief may stand forth as simple fact. There is, throughout, no statement of past things wherein memory may err, for all the records chosen are exactly contemporary, given from the standpoints and within the range of knowledge of those who made them. Before we go into the chapters, to be fair, I will let everyone know that this was written in the late 1800s, and the fashion of which it was written, for those people that may not be aware of it, is one of letters. So the fashion of the time was to write especially horror stories in as letters from one loved one to another. Okay? I am led to believe the first bit is quite dry, but I have never read this book, so I'm very excited to finally, as a Gothic individual myself, finally be reading one of the Gothic classics. So please, sit back, relax, settle into my dulcet tones, and enjoy. Chapter 1. Jonathan Harker's Journal. Kept in shorthand. 3rd of May, Bistritz. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on the 1st of May. Arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but the train was an hour late. Budapest seems a wonderful place from the glimpse which I caught of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east, the most western of splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. We left in pretty good time, and came after nightfall to Klausenburg. Here I stopped for the night at the Hotel Royal. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up in some way with red pepper, which was very good, but thirsty. Mem, as in memoriam. Get the recipe for Mina. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika Hendel, and that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere along the Carpathians. I found my smattering of German very useful here, indeed. I don't know how I should be able to get on without it. Having had some time at my disposal when in London, I had visited the British Museum and made search among the books and the maps in the library regarding Transylvania. It had struck me that some foreknowledge of the country could hardly fail to have some importance in dealing with a nobleman of that country. I find that the district he named is in the extreme east of the country, just on the borders of the 3 states, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, in the midst of the Carpathian Mountains, one of the wildest and least known portions of Europe. I was not able to light on any map or work given the exact locality of Castle Dracula, as there were no maps of this country as yet to compare with our own ordnance survey maps, but I found that Bistritz, the post town named by Count Dracula, is a fairly well-known place. I shall enter here some of my notes, as they may refresh my memory when I talk over my travels with Mina. In the population of Transylvania, there are 4 distinct nationalities: Saxons in the south, and mixed with them the Wallachs, who are the descendants of the Dacians, the Magyars in the west, and the Zelakis in the east and north. I am going among the latter, who claim to be descended from Attila and the Huns. This may be so, but when the Magyars conquered the country in the 11th centuries, they found the Huns settled in. I read that every known superstition in the world is gathered into the horseshoe of the Carpathians, as if it were the center of some sort of imaginative whirlpool. If so, my stay may be very interesting. Memoriam, I must ask the Count all about them. I did not sleep well, though my bed was comfortable enough, for I had all sorts of queer dreams. There was a dog howling all night under my window, which may have had something to do with it. Or it may have been the paprika, for I had to drink up all the water in my carafe. And I was still thirsty. Towards morning, I slept and was wakened by the continuous knocking at my door, so I guess I must have been sleeping soundly then. I had for breakfast more paprika and a sort of porridge of maize flour, which they said was mamaliga, and eggplant stuffed with forcemeat, a very excellent dish which they called impletata. Memoriam, get the recipe for this also. I had to hurry breakfast. The train started a little before 8, or rather it ought to have done so, for after rushing to the station at 7:30, I had to sit in the carriage for more than an hour before we began to move. It seems to me that the further east you go, the more unpunctual the trains. What ought they to be in China? All day long we seemed to dawdle through a country which was full of beauty of every kind. Sometimes we saw little towns or castles on the top of steep hills, such as we see in old missals. Sometimes we ran by rivers and streams which seemed, from the wide stony margin on each side of them, to be subject to great floods. It takes a lot of water and running strong to sweep outside the edge of a river, the outside edge of a river clear. At every station, there were groups of people, sometimes crowds, and in all sorts of attire. Some of them were just like the peasants at home, or those I saw coming through France and Germany, with short jackets and round hats, and homemade trousers. But others were very picturesque. The women looked pretty, except when you got near them. But they were very clumsy about the waist. They had all full white sleeves and some kind or other, and most of them had big belts with long strips of something fluttering from them, like the dresses in a ballet. But of course, there were petticoats under them. The strangest figures we saw were the Slovaks, who were more barbarian than the rest, with their big cowboy hats, great baggy, dirty white trousers, white linen shirts, and enormous heavy leather belts, nearly a foot wide, all studded over with brass nails. They wore high boots, with their trousers tucked into them, and had long black hair and heavy black moustaches. They are very picturesque, but do not look prepossessing. On the stage, they would be set down at once as some old band of brigands. They are, however, I am told, very harmless, and rather wanting in natural self-assertion. It was on the dark side of twilight when we got to Bistritz, which is a very interesting old place, being practically on the frontier. For the Borgo Pass leading from it into Bukovina, it has had a very stormy existence, and it certainly shows marks of it. 50 years ago, a series of great fires took place, which made terrible havoc on 5 separate occasions. At the very beginning of the 17th century, it underwent a siege of 3 weeks and lost 13,000 people. The casualties of war proper being assisted by famine and disease. Count Dracula had directed me to go to the Golden Crone Hotel, which I found, to my great delight, to be thoroughly old-fashioned. For, of course, I wanted to see all I could of the ways of the country. I was evidently expected, but when I got near the door, I faced a cheery-looking elderly woman in the usual peasant dress, white undergarments with a long double apron front and back, of coloured stuff fitting almost too tightly for her modesty. When I came close, she bowed and said, "The Herr Englishman." I said, "Jonathan Harker." She smiled and gave some message to an elderly man in white shirt sleeves who had followed her through the door. He went, but immediately returned with a letter. "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula." 4th of May. I found that my landlord had got a letter from the Count, directing him to secure the best place on the coach for me, but on making inquiries as to details, he seemed somewhat reticent, and pretended that he could not understand my German. This could not be true, because up until then he had understood it perfectly. At least, he answered my questions exactly as if he did. He and his wife, the old lady who had received me, looked at each other in a frightened sort of way. He mumbled out that the money had been sent in the letter, and that was all he knew. When I asked him if he knew Count Dracula, and could he tell me anything of his castle, both he and his wife crossed themselves, and saying that they knew nothing at all, simply refused to speak any further. It was so near the time of starting that I had no time to ask anyone else, for it was all very mysterious, and not by any means comforting. Just before I was leaving, the old lady came up to my room, and in a hysterical way, "Must you go? Oh, young Herr, must you go?" She was in such an excited state that she seemed to have lost her grip of what German she knew, and mixed it all with some other language which I did not know at all. I was just able to follow her by asking many questions. When I told her that I must go at once, and that I was engaged on an important business, she asked again, "Do you know what day it is?" I answered that it was the 4th of May. She shook her head, and she said again, "Oh yes, I know that, but do you know what day it is?" On my saying that I did not understand, she went on, "It is the eve of St. George's Day. Do you not know that tonight, when the clock strikes midnight, all evil things in the world will have full sway? Do you know where you are going, and what you are going to?" She was in such evident distress that I tried to comfort her, but without effect. Finally, she went down on her knees and implored me not to go, at least to wait a day or two before starting. It was all very ridiculous, but I did not feel comfortable. However, there was business to be done, and I could allow nothing to interfere with it. I tried to raise her up, and said as gravely as I could that I thanked her, for my duty was imperative, and that I must go. Then she rose and dried her eyes, and taking a crucifix from her neck, offered it to me. I did not know what to do, for as an English churchman, I have been taught to regard such things in some measure of idolatrous. And yet, It seemed so ungracious to refuse an old lady meaning so well and in such a state of mind. She saw, I suppose, the doubt in my face, for she put the rosary around my neck and said, "For your mother's sake," and went out of the room. I am writing up this part of the diary whilst I am waiting for the coach, which is, of course, late, and the crucifix is still around my neck. Whether it is the old lady's fear, or the many ghostly traditions of this place, or the crucifix itself, I do not know. I am not feeling nearly as easy in my mind as usual. If this book should ever reach Mina before I do, let it bring my goodbye. Here comes the coach. 5th of May, the castle. The grey of the morning has passed, and the sun is high over the distant horizon, which seems jagged. Whether with trees or hills, I do not know, for it is so far off that big things and little are mixed. I am not sleepy, and as I am not to be called till I wake, naturally I write until sleep comes. There are many odd things to put down, and lest who reads them may fancy that I dined too well before I left Bistritz, let me put down my dinner exactly. I dined on what they called robber steak. Bits of bacon, onion, and beef seasoned with red pepper, and strung on sticks, and roasted over the fire, in the simple style of the London cat's meat. The wine was golden mediache, which produces a queer sting on the tongue, which is, however, not disagreeable. I had only a couple of glasses of this, and nothing else. When I got on the coach, the driver had not taken his seat, and I saw him talking to the landlady. They were evidently talking of me, but every now and then they looked at me, and some of the people who were sitting on the bench outside the door came and listened, and then looked at me, most of them pityingly. I could hear a lot of words, often repeated, queer words, for there were many nationalities in them, in the crowd. So I quietly got my polyglot dictionary from my bag and looked them out. Ladies and gentlemen and all genders outside in between, we're going to take a momentary pause to welcome in the beautiful raiders. Delve deep into your pits of popcorn. Throw them at the raiders, throw them at the cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. How you doing, you beautiful individuals? Thank you so much for coming in here. Paraz is the hard X, isn't it? Parazona, if I remember correctly. Welcome on in, you beautiful being. Thank you so much for bringing all your beautiful people here. Paraxona. Okay, no worries. I will do my best to remember that. People from my stream, go and check out the wonderful Paraxona. Glorious human being. We raided them yesterday. We had a wonderful time over there when they were playing more of the Bendy in the Ink Machine. You were doing doing more Bendy in the Ink Machine today. Absolutely love it. Love to see it. Welcome on you beautiful raiders. 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me and make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, because I am a colossal filth wizard. Don't be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about, cheeky devils. Today we're doing a very different style of stream. I don't normally stream on a Thursday, but today we're doing an audiobook stream at the request of the chat, at the request of my community, and we are reading Dracula, the classic Gothic novel. The story so far is Jonathan Harker has basically made his way across Europe and got on the coach that is going to take him to Castle Dracula. Okay, so you're very early in the story. Paraxona, welcome on in, you beautiful being. Thank you so much for your raid. I really appreciate it. If you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage. Please go do so. What are the normal stream times and days? Normally I stream Mondays, 7 p.m. BST, where we do just chatting. And then Tuesday and Wednesday at 1 p.m. BST, where Tuesdays we play like puzzly games or story games, and Wednesdays we play something horror. I normally chat for an hour to 2 hours at the beginning of each of those streams, but we do play some games as well. Again, voted for by the community. There's a lot of things that are voted for by the community here. But Parazona, thank you so much for your beautiful raid. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people here. I will continue with the story. Please be aware, though, friends, that all of the alerts are muted, so as much as they will pop up, I will not pay attention to them until they're all done. I will take this moment to say a massive thank you to those people that have been following while I have been reading, though. I try and recognize things that happen during the audiobook section. The only thing that I will kind of pause for is raids, because I like to make sure the raiders know what the fuck is going on. Do you know what I mean? But welcome on in, get yourself settled down, listen to the wonderful crackle of the fire, and we will continue our story. We have just got to the point where Jonathan Harker has got onto the coach in order to take him to Castle Dracula. Also, while I'm here, 20 minutes ago, Excessive Idling redeemed to praise the mods. If you've got any mod loves or love hearts that you can throw out there, little emotes to say a massive thank you to those moderators, I'd really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. And Excessive Idling, thank you very much for that as well. I appreciate that. Okay, back to it. I must say, they were not cheering for me. For amongst them were Ordog, Satan, Okol, Hell, and Sturgoya, Witch, and Vrolok, and Vroslak. Both mean the same thing. One being Slovak, and the other Servian, for something that is either werewolf or vampire. Morium, I must ask the Count about these superstitions. When we started, the crowd around the inn door, which had by this time swelled to a considerable size, all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers towards me. With some difficulty, I got a fellow passenger to tell me what they meant. He would not answer at first. But on learning that I was English, he explained that it was a charm or a guard against the evil eye. This was not very pleasant for me, just starting for an unknown place to meet an unknown man. But everyone seemed so kind-hearted and so sorrowful and so sympathetic that I could not but be touched. I shall never forget the last glimpse which I had of the inn, or the inn yard, and its crowd of picturesque figures all crossing themselves as they stood around the wide archway, with its background of rich foliage of oleander and orange trees in green tubs, clustered in the center of the yard. Then, our driver, whose wide linen drawers covered the whole front of the box seat. Godza, they called him, and cracked his big whip over his 4 small horses, which ran abreast, and we set off on our journey. I soon lost sight and recollection of the ghostly fears in the beauty of the scene as we drove along. Although I had known the language, or rather languages, which my fellow passengers were speaking, I might not have been able to throw them off so easily. Before us lay a green, sloping land full of forests and woods, with here and there steep hills, crowned with clumps of trees, or with farmhouses, the blank gable end to the road. There was everywhere a bewildering mass of fruit blossoms, apple, plum, pear, cherry. As we drove by, I could see the green grass under the trees spangled with the fallen petals. In and out amongst these green hills of what they called here the Mittelland ran the road, losing itself as it swept around the grassy curve, or was shut out by the straggling ends of pine wood, which here and there ran down the hillsides like tongues of flame. The road was rugged, but still we seemed to fly over with a feverish haste. I could not understand then what the haste meant, but the driver was evidently bent on losing no time in reaching Borgo Prund. I was told that this road is in the summertime excellent, but that it had not been put in order after the winter snows. In this respect, it is different from the general run of the roads in the Carpathians, for it is an old tradition that they are not kept in too good order. Of old, the hospodars would not repair them, lest the Turk should think that they were preparing to bring in foreign troops, and so hasten the war, which was always really at loading point. Beyond the green, swelling hills of the Middle Land rose the mighty slopes of forest up to the lofty steeps of the Carpathians themselves. Right and left of us they towered, with the afternoon sun falling upon them and bringing out all the glorious colors of this beautiful range. Deep blue and purple in shadows of the peaks, green and browns where the grass and rock mingled, and the endless perspective of jagged rock and pointed crags, till these were themselves lost in the distance, where the snowy peaks rose grandly. Here and there seemed mighty rifts in the mountains, through which, as the sun began to sink, we saw now and again the white gleam of falling water. One of my companions touched my arm as we swept around the base hills and opened up the lofty snow-covered peaks of a mountain, which seemed, as we wound on our serpentine way, to be right before us.
"Look! Isn't that God's seat?"
And he crossed himself reverently. As we wound on our endless ways, and the sun sank lower and lower behind us, the shadows of the evening began to creep around us. This was emphasized by the fact that the snowy mountaintop still held the sunset, and seemed to glow out with a delicate cool pink. Here and there we passed Czechs and Slovaks, all in picturesque attire, but I noticed that goiter was painfully prevalent. By the roadside were many crosses, and as we swept by, my companions all crossed themselves. Here and there was a peasant man or woman kneeling before a shrine, who did not even turn around as we approached, but seemed, in the self-surrender of devotion, to have neither eyes nor ears for the outer world. There were many things new to me. For instance, hay ricks in the trees, and here and there very beautiful masses of weeping birch, their white stems shining like silver through the delicate green of the leaves. Now and again we passed a liter wagon, the ordinary peasant cart, with its long snake-like vertebrae, calculated to suiting the inequalities of the road. On this we were sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants. The Czechs with their white, and the Slovaks with their coloured sheepskins, the latter carrying lance fashions in their long staves, with axes at the end. As the evening fell, it began to get very cold, and the growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness that the gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine, though in the valleys which ran deep between the spurs of the hills as we ascended through the pass, dark firs stood out here and there against the background of the late-lying snow. Sometimes, as the road was cut through the pine woods that seemed in the darkness to be closing down upon us. Great masses of greyness, which here and there bestrewed the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fantasies engendered earlier in the evening, when the falling sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds which amongst the Carpathians seemed to wind ceaselessly through the valleys. Sometimes the hills were so steep that, despite our driver's haste, the horses could only go slowly. I wished to get down and walk up them, as we do at home, but the driver would not hear of it.
No, no, he said. You must not walk here. The dogs are too fierce.
And then he added, with what he evidently meant for grim pleasantry, for he looked around to catch the approving smile of the rest.
And you may have enough of such matters before you go to sleep.
The only stop he would make was at the moment's pause to light his lamps. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement among the passengers, and they kept speaking to him, one after the other, as though urging him to further speed. He lashed the horses unmercifully with his long whip, and with wild cries of encouragement urged them on to further exertions. Then, through the darkness, I could see a sort of patch of grey light ahead of us, as though there were a cleft in the hills. The excitement of the passengers grew greater. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather springs and swayed like a boat tossed on a stormy sea. I had to hold on. The road grew more level, and we appeared to fly along. Then the mountains seemed to come nearer to us on each side, and to frown down upon us. We were entering on the Borgo Pass. One by one, several of the passengers ordered me gifts, which they pressed upon me with an earnestness which would take no denial. These were certainly of an odd and varied kind, but each was given in simple good faith, with a kindly word and a blessing, and that same strange mixture of fear-meaning movements which I had seen outside the hotel in Bistritz. The sign of the cross, and the guard against the evil eye. Then, as we flew along, the driver leaned forward, and on each side the passengers craned over the edge of the coach, peered eagerly into the darkness. It was evident that something very exciting was either happening or expected. But though I asked each passenger, no one would give me the slightest explanation. This state of excitement kept on for some little time, and at last we saw before us the pass opening out on the eastern side. There were dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. It seemed as though the mountain range had separated two atmospheres, and that now we had got into the thunderous one. I was now myself looking out for the conveyance which was to take me to the Count. Each moment I expected to see the glare of lamps through the blackness, but all was dark. The only light was the flickering rays of our own lamps, in which the steam from our hard-driven horses rose in a white cloud. We could see now the sandy road lying white before us, but there was no sign of a vehicle. The passengers drew back with a sigh of gladness, which seemed to mock my own disappointment. I was already thinking what I had best do when the driver, looking at his watch, said to the others something which I could hardly hear, and it was spoken so quietly and in so low a tone that I thought it was an hour less than the time. Then, turning to me, he spoke in German worse than my own.
There is no carriage here. The Herr is not expected after all. He will now come on to Bukovina and return tomorrow or next day, better the next day.
Whilst he was speaking, the horses began to neigh and snort and plunge wildly, so that the driver had to hold them up. Then, amongst a chorus of screams from the peasants and a universal crossing of themselves, Kadalech, with 4 horses, or Kadlesh, with 4 horses, drove up behind us, overtook us, and drew up beside the coach. I could see from the flash of our lamps, as the rays fell on them, that the horses were coal black and splendid animals. They were driven by a tall man with a long brown beard and a great black hat, which seemed to hide his face from us. I could only see the gleam of a pair of very bright eyes, which seemed red in the lamplight as he turned to us. He said to the driver,
You are early tonight, my friend.
The man stammered in reply,
The English Herr was in a hurry.
to which the stranger replied,
That is why, I suppose, you wished him to go to Bukovina. You cannot deceive me, my friend. I know too much, and my horses are swift.
As he spoke, he smiled, and the lamplight fell on a hard-looking mouth with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth, as white as ivory. One of my companions whispered to another the line from Berger's Lenore, Den die Toten reiten schnell, for the dead travel fast. The strange driver evidently heard the words, for he looked up with a gleaming smile. The passenger turned his face away, at the same time putting out his 2 fingers and crossing himself.
Give me the Herr's luggage,
said the driver, with an exceeding alacrity. My bags were handed out and put in the caleche. Then I descended from the side of the coach. As the caleche was close alongside, the driver helped me with a hand which caught my arm in grip of steel. His strength must have been prodigious. Without a word, he shook his reins. The horses turned, and we swept into the darkness of the pass. As I looked back, I saw the steam from the horses of the coach by the light of the lamp, and projected against it the figures of my late companions crossing themselves. Then the driver cracked his whip and called to his horses, and off they swept on their way to Bukovina. As they sank into the darkness, I felt a strange chill and a lonely feeling come over me. But a cloak was thrown over my shoulders and a rug across my knees. And the driver said in excellent German,
The night is chill, mein Herr, and my master, the Count, bade me take all care of you. There is a flask of Slivovitz,
the plum brandy of the country,
underneath the seat, if you should require it.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside between, delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. Welcome on in, Melancholy Geek. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful people over here. I very, very, very much appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you, beautiful bean. How are you doing? Thank you very much for bringing your folks over. I don't believe I follow you. I do not, so I'm going to go and click that cheeky little follow button now, you beautiful bean. People from Melancholy Geek stream, could you do me a cheeky little favor? As I do not know Melancholy Geek's content, I need to know all about them. Which means that you, beautiful people, you beautiful raiders that have come over from Melancholy Geek's stream, you need to describe them in 3 tantalizing little words. Oh, Moth raided earlier. Did I miss Moth? Moth in a mug also raided. Oh, you beautiful beans. In which case, can I get another shout out for Moth in a mug? Hello, you beautiful individual. I missed you. I missed you. I was so absorbed by the story. And also get a shout out for Melancholy Geek as well. Let me put my little ribbon in the right place. Welcome on in, raiders. Thank you so much for coming over and saying hi. I really, really appreciate it. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. Though today, we are doing a lot more... Oh, let's get rid of Monty. There we go. Moth in a mug there as well. We are doing some audio stories. This is a day that I don't normally stream. I don't normally stream on a Thursday. However... the community have smashed a donation goal, and I gave them a vote of what they wanted as a reward for obliterating said donation goal, and they have requested that we read the Gothic Classic tale of Dracula. I have never read this book before, but it has been on my list of things to read, and this actual copy of it, this very beautiful copy of it, was a birthday present from Killer Queen Rach, who's in the chat somewhere, or certainly was in the chat earlier on. It was very, very kind of them. They got me this, and they got me a whole load of Edgar Allan Poe stories, and they got me Dante's Inferno, all in this beautiful sort of gold embezzled book. Anyway, we've been keeping the moth away from the lamps in the book, which is entirely fair. But thank you so much, Moth, as well. How was your stream? How did it go? We had a lot of reading in our game, so it fit perfectly to come over and bathe in your dulcet tones. Melancholy Geek, thank you so much, you beautiful bean. I'm looking forward to going over and checking out your stuff, to be honest with you, buddy. I'm looking forward to coming over and hanging out and seeing your bits and pieces. I really appreciate that. Verka, welcome on in, you cheeky little devil. I realize that lots of people have followed. A lot of people have popped in and said hi for the first time ever and what have you. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. When I'm doing an audiobook like this, other than a raid, I try to just keep going with the flow. And then when we have a break, I say a massive thank you to everybody and what have you. But please don't think that you are being ignored. You are very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much for all of the attention you're giving me. Thanks so much for the follows. Thanks so much for popping in and saying hi, especially all you beautiful new people. I really appreciate it. But yeah, the story so far for those raiders is Jonathan Harker has made his way into Transylvania and has made his way through, has just been picked up by the servant of Count Dracula in order to take him to Count Dracula's castle. So that is the story so far. You haven't missed too much, but it's because it was written in the 1800s. It's all very they write in the form of letters and journals. That was very much the style of the time. So we're reading it as Jonathan's journal from his perspective, like as he's experiencing it, as it were. But as a result, there's quite a few like little asides where he talks about like what he had for food and stuff like that. You've also got to remember that there was no such thing as computers back then, so food was a great hobby. Great hobby of the nobility and the working man, you know. If I mildly slow start, everything holds up really, really well. Yeah, to be fair, it seems to be going very, very well. I'm enjoying it. It's not as dry as I was expecting it to be, is what I'll say. It's certainly not as dry as I was expecting it to be, but maybe that's because I'm reading it out loud as opposed to like if I was reading it like just sat in bed in my head. It might be different is the word, do you know what I mean? he does talk about paprika and is meant to be an exotic thing. Yes. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. Also, while I've paused momentarily, I do want to say, Moth in the Mug and Melancholy Geek, if you need to disappear off, go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some delightful beverages. Please look after yourself. Please do what you need to do, you cheeky devils. And that goes to your wonderful, wonderful raiders as well. As much as I appreciate you being here, I all understand you've got lives, and those lives have to come first. On top of that, I also want to remember that in the original black and white Dracula movie with Bela Lugosi, I got really confused the first time I saw it because they had armadillos on the movie set. It was like bats and cats and weird shit, and then armadillos out of nowhere. And it was like, why the fuck are they that? Armadillos, not even a word of a lie. And the reason why they had it, as I found out later, is because there was in the early days of cinema, there was a law against putting rats on set. So you weren't allowed to put rodents, you weren't allowed to put mice, you weren't allowed to put rats on the set of on like a film set. So instead, they put armadillos instead of rats. But armadillos at the time were also a relatively new species that most of the Western world didn't know about, or certainly the white Western world. Obviously, native people of America knew exactly what a fucking armadillo was. You know what I mean? So armadillos also seemed really exotic to like a 1920s audience. They were like, oh my god, armadillos? That's so exotic. Yeah, they definitely had armadillos in the Carpathians. That makes all of the sense in the world. And it's like, oh, okay. Did not know this. Yeah, I found it out a little while ago. I found it out after basically watching the first ever Dracula, the black and white Dracula from back in the day. I was like, why the fuck are there armadillos? And I got explained. It got explained to me. Veladan, welcome on in. How you doing? You really never learned a foreign language. Paprika Hendel became an Austrian dish over time. Even Germans can't pronounce the name properly. You really nailed it, though. Oh, thank you very much. I learned German when I was in school, but I don't remember any of it. So I do my best. And desperately hope that I'm not going to offend anybody from Germany or Eastern Europe with my accents and what have you. I will also say as well, friends, that obviously, like, while we're taking this momentary pause, this book was written in the late 1800s. So I just want to remind everybody that in the late 1800s, obviously society was very, very different, and some of the language was very, very different. As a result, there are certain words that I will 1886. Thank you very much, Minya. I appreciate that. There are certain words that I will personally skip over because I don't really want to say them because of like racial connotations and stuff like that. For example, and I'm going to use this as an example so that everyone is aware of that, there was a word earlier where they were describing a group of people as Oriental. Now, Oriental is not a term that is used in this day and age. It obviously is one that some people do use and stuff like that. But in regards to like racial stereotyping people, I didn't feel comfortable doing that. So I chose to skip out that word. So if anyone is following along with the book, you may notice that I miss out the occasional word or what have you, usually for good reason, because I don't want to be accidentally being like racist on Twitch or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Just so that everyone's aware that that's the reason why there might be the occasional missing word or something like that, you know? Okay, let us continue on. Again, doing a little notification to everybody that we do have all of the alerts muted. Yeah, Oriental is not a pejorative, but it is wildly inaccurate. Exactly. And also, we've got to remember that Bram Stoker wasn't exactly widely traveled by this point. So I chose to skip over that word because I didn't want any like racial connotations there that could have been misstrued. Do you know what I mean? It also, evidently nobody noticed it. Nobody like typed in chat being like, wait a minute, you're not that. Do you know what I mean? It is considered offensive because it is a word meant for objects and people aren't objects. Interesting. Okay, thank you very much for the education, Glitter Psychosis. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I did not know that it was a word that was meant for objects. That is genuinely educational to me. I have learned something new today, so I appreciate the knowledge. I appreciate that. Anyway, let us jump back into it. Where the fuck was I? I'll start there. It's fine. Oh. There is a flask of Slivovitz, the plum brandy of the country, underneath the seat, should you require it. I did not take any, but it was a comfort to know that it was there, all the same. I felt a little strangely, and not a little frightened. I think had there been any alternative, I should have taken it, instead of prosecuting an unknown night journey. The carriage went at a hard pace, straight along. Then we made a complete turn, and went along another straight road. It seemed to me that we were simply going over and over the same ground again. And so I took note of some salient point, and found that this was so. I would have liked to have asked the driver what this all meant, but I really feared to do so, for I thought that, placed as I was, any protest would have had no effect in the case that there had been an intention to delay. By and by, however, as I was curious to know how time was passing, I struck a match, and by its flame looked at my watch. It was within a few minutes of midnight. This gave me a sort of shock, for I suppose the general superstition about midnight was increased by my recent experiences. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. Then a dog began to howl somewhere in a farmhouse far down the road. A long, agonizing wail, as if from fear. The sound was taken up by another dog, and then another and another, till, borne on the wind, which now sighed softly through the pass, a wild howling began, which seemed to come from all over the country, as far as the imagination could grasp it through the gloom of the night. At the first howl, the horses began to strain and rear. But the driver spoke to them soothingly, and they quieted down, but shivered and sweated as though after a runaway from some sudden fright. Then, far off in the distance, from the mountains on each side of us, began a louder and sharper howling. That of wolves, which affected both the horses and myself in the same way. For I was minded to jump from the caleche and run, while they reared again and plunged madly, so that the driver had to use all his great strength to keep them from bolting. In a few minutes, however, my own ears got accustomed to the sound, and the horses, so far, became quiet, and the driver was able to descend and to stand before them. He petted and soothed them, and whispered something in their ears. And I have heard of horse tamers doing, or as I have heard of horse tamers doing. And with extraordinary effect, for under his caress they became quite manageable, though they still trembled. The driver again took his seat, shaking his reins, started off at a great pace. This time, after going to the far side of the pass, he suddenly turned down a narrow roadway which ran sharply to the right. Soon we were hemmed in with trees, which in places arched right over the roadway till we passed through a tunnel, and again great frowning rocks guarded us boldly on either side. Though we were in shelter, we could hear the rising wind, for it moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees crashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine, powdery snow began to fall, so that soon we and all around us were covered with a white blanket. The keen wind still carried the howl of the dogs, though this grew fainter as we went on our way. The baying of the wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing around us from every side. I grew dreadfully afraid, and the horses shared my fear. The driver, however, was not in the least disturbed. He kept turning his head to left and right, but I could not see anything through the darkness. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw a faint flicker of blue flame. The driver saw it at the same time. He at once checked the horses, and, jumping to the ground, disappeared into the darkness. I did not know what to do. The less as the howling of the wolves grew closer. But while I wondered, the driver suddenly appeared again, and without a word took his seat, and we resumed our journey. I think I must have fallen asleep and kept dreaming of the incident, for it seemed to be repeated endlessly, and now, looking back, it is like a sort of awful nightmare. Once the flame appeared so near the road that even in the darkness around us, I could watch the driver's motions. He went rapidly to where the blue flame arose. It must have been very faint, for it did not seem to illuminate the place around it at all, and gathering a few stones, formed them into some device. Once there appeared a strange optical effect. When he stood between me and the flame, he did not obstruct it, for I could see the ghostly flicker all the same. This startled me, but the effect was only momentary. I took it that my eyes deceived me, straining through the darkness. Then, for a time, there were no blue flames, and we sped onwards through the gloom, with the howling of the wolves around us, as though they were following in a moving circle. At last, there came a time when the driver went further afield than he had yet gone, and during his absence the horses began to tremble worse than ever, and to snort and scream with fright. I could not see any cause for it, for the howling of the wolves had ceased altogether. But just then the moon, sailing through the black clouds, appeared behind the jagged crest of a beetling, pine-clad rock, and by its light I saw around us a ring of wolves with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long, sinewy limbs and shaggy hair. They were 100 times more terrible in the grim silence which held them than even when they howled. For myself, I felt a sort of paralysis of fear. It is only when a man feels himself face to face with such horrors that he can understand their true import. All at once, the wolves began to howl as though the moonlight had had some peculiar effect on them. The horses jumped about and reared, and I looked helplessly around with eyes that rolled in the way that was painful to see. But the living ring of terror encompassed them on every side, and they had perforce to remain within it. I called to the coachman to come, for it seemed to me that our only chance was to try and break out through the ring and to aid his approach. I shouted and beat the sides of the caleche, hoping by the noise to scare the wolves from the side so as to give him a chance of reaching the trap. How he came there, I know not, but I heard his voice raised in a tone of imperious command, and looking towards the sound, I saw him stand in the roadway. As he swept his long arms, as though brushing aside some impalpable obstacle, the wolves fell back, and back further still. Just then, a heavy cloud passed across the face of the moon, so that we were again in darkness. when I could see again the driver was climbing into the caleche, and the wolves disappeared. This was all so strange and uncanny that a dreadful fear came upon me, and I was afraid to speak or move. The time seemed interminable. And as we swept along our way, now in almost complete darkness, the rolling clouds obscured the moon. We kept on ascending, with the occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main, always ascending. Suddenly, I became conscious of the fact that the driver was in the act of pulling up the horses in the courtyard of a vast, ruined castle, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light, and whose broken battlements showed a jagged line against the sky. Chapter 1, my dear friends, and what good timing as well, because the adverts are rolling for us as well. There we go, that's chapter 1. We'll do another chapter. At the very least, one more chapter tonight. Maybe even 2. Maybe even 2. But are you enjoying it? Is it okay? This is so cozy. I'm glad you're having a good time. I'm glad you're enjoying it, because I really like this. It's definitely nowhere near as dry as I was expecting it to be. I was expecting it to be like a real slog to get through this sort of like part letter, part journal sort of writing style. But actually it seems to be doing all right. It seems to be doing okay. It's all good. We will start the next chapter, the second chapter, as soon as the adverts are all done. But I want to make sure that nobody who isn't a subscriber is going to miss out on the story, if I can help it. If I can help it, you know. This is great, so good. I'm glad to hear it. It's making my homework session so much better. I love it. I'm glad that it's not being distracting, Vet Girl. I'm glad it's not being too distracting, for sure. With the week that I've had, I'm so relaxed and ready to cry my eyes out with relief. Oh, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad that you're relaxed. I'm gutted that you've had a week that has been that taxing, as it were. Molbeck, welcome on in. Since you said you skipped to words, you know, I'm constantly trying to figure out if the bad words go. So far, there's only been one. So far, it was literally just the word, as I previously described, Oriental, which, as we learned today, courtesy of the wonderful community, is a word specifically for objects, not people. And as a result, that is the reason. I never actually knew the reason why we stopped using that word in reference to people, but now I know. Now I know. It's because we shouldn't ever refer to people as objects. So I am on board that, Glare Psychosis. Thank you very much for that information. Becca Gombatty, come here, cheeky devil. I know you've been saving up for that cheeky kiss, so there you go, you beautiful individual. Brave Element Technical, how you doing? Very much enjoying it, yeah? I actually really adore the mini Netflix series Dracula. Players Bang played him with such a crazy good graveyard humor while being gruesomely sensual. That was the only one. That was the one that only had like 3 long episodes with a nun character. Yeah, I saw the first episode of that, and I was in a weird headspace, so I didn't end up continuing it. But I would like to go back and rewatch it for sure, for sure. Absolutely. Also, thank you so much for all those beautiful follows. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. Lunicorn coming in with the 10 stream streak there. Again, a massive thank you to those beautiful raiders. Melancholy Geek, Moth in a Mug, and Paraxona. Yeah. And thank you so much for those raids. I really, really appreciate it. I think that's everything. While I've been reading. This is good. Give him an L, come here, G-Doll. What do you like, claiming cheeky kisses? Very much enjoying this. I'm glad to hear it. Finally free from my meeting. Welcome back on in, Claudius, you beautiful individual. I'm an old goth and used to pose about with it. Like, behold, my Dracula. As I said, I actually have a Dracula signet ring from Whitby. Not that you can really see it. Oop. Don't know whether you can. You really can't. I'll take a photo of it and put it in the Discord. All right, so that you can see it properly before I start the next section. Okay, there's the photo. Open the dick sword. Stick it in pictures and things. Pics and vids. I'll stick it in pictures and videos so that you can see it. Dracula signet ring from Whitby. I actually won that one. From, like I said, I won it in a competition from for doing the Bram Stoker Film Festival. It was like a modeling thing. Which Druid Minion, were you there? Were you there for the Bram Stoker Film Festival? I feel like you were. I was like, the night you won that was freaking epic. Yeah, it was like a big vampire's ball, wasn't it? And I went with these giant sort of shoulder pads that were made out of Venetian masks. It was a whole thing. It was fucking great. Great night. I was like, I'm sure you were there. You were definitely there. Definitely there. Yeah. And I won this. And I should have got it resized, but I never did. So now it just sits on the thumb. I don't wear it very often, but do you know what I mean? Fabulous ring. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a good one. It's one of my little prized possessions. One of my little goth heart loves it for sure. Nice pose. Thank you very much. Where do you get your outfit? Oh, Becca gone by everywhere. This is a cravat from a different, like, blouse that I had. This was handmade by a company called Superstitious. This is just a white shirt, but with like a tiny thin collar. The trousers that I'm wearing, I'm pretty sure I got. Ooh, where did I get? No, I think they were a present, actually. Because they're like lace up the front and everything. You know, Critter Wolf. There is indeed a Discord link. Yeah. You can do !Discord or !Dick Sword. One of the two. But thank you very much for coming in with the Prime as well. I'll do this first and then I will jump back into the next chapter. I shall inscribe your name on the mirror vein. Thank you very much for choosing to use your Prime here. You can use it anywhere, and you chose to use it here, and that means the absolute world to me, so thank you very much for that. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a button Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough, but God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? I will warn everybody, there is a very, very good chance that I am going to give Dracula Nosferatu's accent. Okay? I'm letting everyone know now. Because, and the reason why is because actually the Nosferatu that is depicted in the Eggers movie very recently is probably the closest depiction to the way Dracula is written in the book. Big mustache, very gaunt, imposing, etc. Hairy hands, you know. No worries, Becca Gombatti. If you're reading when I leave, I'll see you again next time. Not a problem. Also, for those people that do need to leave, fully understandable. It is late. We do have the VODs and Vanity channel. Can one of my moderators do ! VODs, please? I would appreciate that. The rest of the book, the rest of the tonight's stream will be on there tomorrow. I will export it out and get it all out tomorrow. So if you want to catch up, you are able to do so on the VODs and Vanity channel. I have seen that there have been a cosmic fuckton of subscriptions over on the VODs and Vanity channel recently. Because I did a post earlier just being like, if you're not going to be able to see it, then check out this thing. So thank you very much to all those people that have come over from other platforms to say hi and take part in this audiobook shenanigans. And also a massive thank you to all those people that are watching the VOD on the VODs channel in the future. If you've come over from another platform, we appreciate you. If you're here from just because you've missed out on it, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. you're in California and at work, that is fair. That is a good enough reason to have to leave, to be honest with you. Nosferatu was a silent film. I know there's a new one, but I've not seen it, so I wouldn't recognize it. Oh, Mel Sinerf. I'm not going to lie to you. First of all, Nibrin, thank you so much for doing the exclamation mark VODs. The new Nosferatu film is possibly the best movie I've seen in the past decade, maybe even 2 decades. It is a masterpiece. I do not say that lightly. I am very, 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 very critical of movies, but the best way I can describe it is they have taken the original Nosferatu black and white, well, sepia, before black and white. They have taken the original sepia movie, taken the storyline from that, taken more elements from the Dracula story, the Dracula book, and then put it inside a real life scenario. So the language that Nosferatu speaks is based on is it Sumerian? I'm pretty sure it's a dead language that he originally speaks. Like all of the traditions and the dress and the setting and the like the rituals and everything like that is all based on real life things that actually happened and actually existed. They worked with like language experts in order to make sure that everything was as close to historically accurate as possible. Obviously, big vampire, but other than that, it was a whole thing. Do you know what I mean? Please get you a cravat like this for Christmas. Is speaking to your androgyny euphoria? Sure. Absolutely, Robinson Crusoe. Absolutely. Robinson Crusoe is a very, very good friend of mine. You have this geek's attention. I will say that it is a slow burn. It takes a while to really get into it. And there are a couple of bits of it, which I won't talk about now because I don't like spoilers. But there are a couple of bits of it where I was like, okay, that's a bit odd. That was a choice that I'm not sure I would have made. But other than that, I don't think there's ever been a single movie that I've not criticized a single thing about it. But I would say that overall, knowing what I know about vampire lore, knowing what I know about the original Nosferatu, knowing what I know about Dracula and Whitby and the Bram Stoker dynamic, and knowing what I know about cinema and period dress and stuff like that, it is a work of art. It is an absolute work of art. Absolutely. Watch it for Halloween? Maybe. I'm not against it. We normally do a movie night at Halloween. Where we watch something that's spooky but fun for those people that don't like horror movies. I'm not against putting Nosferatu up as the second movie that's always a bit scary. Absolutely. For sure. You're very welcome, Sway. Absolutely. Yeah, they did use one of the dead languages. Yeah, I'm sure it was like Sumerian or something like that. Or can't remember. It's gone from my mind. But it was like an ancient dead language that they used. It was fucking great. It was absolutely fucking great. Anyway, chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's journal continued. 5th of May. I must have been asleep. For certainly, if I had been fully awake, I must have noticed the approach of such a remarkable place. In the gloom, the courtyard looked of considerable size, and as several dark ways led from it under the great round arches, it perhaps seemed bigger than it really is. I have not yet been able to see it by daylight. When the caleche stopped, the driver jumped down and held out his hand to assist me to alight. Again, I could not but notice his prodigious strength, excuse me. His hand actually seemed like a steel vice that could have crushed mine if he had chosen. Then he took my traps and placed them on the ground beside me, as I stood close to the great door, old and studded with large iron nails, and set in a projecting doorway of massive stone. I could see, even in the dim light, that the stone was massively carved, but that the carving had been much worn by time and weather. As I stood, the driver jumped again into his seat and shook the reins. The horses started forward, and trap and all disappeared down one of the dark openings. I stood in silence where I was, for I did not know what to do. Of bell or knocker there was no sign. Through these frowning walls and dark window openings, it was not likely that my voice could penetrate. The time I waited seemed endless, and I felt doubts and fears crowding upon me. What sort of place had I come to, and among what kind of people? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? Solicitor's clerk. Mina would not like that. Solicitor. For just before leaving London, I got word that my examination was successful, and I am now a full-blown solicitor. I began to rub my eyes and pinch myself to see if I were awake. It all seemed like a horrible nightmare to me, and I expected that I should suddenly awake and find myself at home, with the dawn struggling in through the windows, as I had now and again felt in the morning after a day of overwork. But my flesh answered the pinching test, and my eyes were not to be deceived. I was indeed awake and among the Carpathians. All I could do now was to be patient and to wait the coming of morning. Just as I had come to this conclusion, I heard a heavy step approaching behind the great door, and saw through the chinks the gleam of a coming light. Then there was a sound of rattling chains, and the clanking of a massive bolt drawn back. A key was turned, with a loud grating noise of long disuse, and the great door swung back. Within stood a tall, old man, clean-shaven save for a long white moustache, and clad in black from head to toe, without a single speck of color about him anywhere. He held in his hand an antique silver lamp, in which the flame burned without a chimney or globe of any kind, throwing long quivering shadows as it flickered in the draught of the open door. The old man motioned me in with his right hand, with a courtly gesture, saying in excellent English, but with strange intonations, "Welcome to my house. Enter freely, and of your own free will." He made no motion of stepping to meet me, but stood like a statue, as though his gesture of welcome had fixed him into stone. And the instant, however, that I had stepped over the threshold, he moved impulsively forward, and holding out his hand, grasped mine with a strength which made me wince, an effect which was not lessened by the fact that it seemed cold as ice, more like the hand of a dead than a living man. Again, he said, "Welcome to my house. Enter freely. Go safely and leave something of happiness you bring." The strength of the handshake was so much akin to that which I had noticed in the driver, whose face I had not seen, that for a moment I doubted if it were not the same person to whom I was speaking. So to make sure, I said interrogatively, "Count Dracula?" He bowed in a courtly way as he replied,
"I am Dracula, and I bid you welcome, Mr. Harker, to my house. Come in. The night air is chill, and you must need to eat and rest."
As he was speaking, he put the lamp on a bracket on the wall and, stepping out, took my luggage. He had carried it in before I could forestall him. I protested, but he insisted.
"Nay, sir. You are my guest. It is late, and my people are not available. Let me see to your comfort myself."
He insisted on carrying my traps along the passage, and then up a great winding stair, and along another great passage, on whose stone floor our steps rang heavily. At the end of this, he threw open a heavy door, and I rejoiced to see within a well-lit room in which a table was spread for supper, and on whose mighty hearth a great fire of logs, freshly replenished, flamed and flared. The Count halted, putting down my bags, closed the door, and crossing the room opened another door, which led into a small octagonal room lit by a single lamp, and seemingly without a window of any sort. Passing through this, he opened another door and motioned me to enter. It was a welcome sight, for here was a great bedroom, well lit and warmed with another log fire, also added but lately, for the top logs were fresh, which sent a hollow roar up the wide chimney. The Count himself left my luggage inside and withdrew, saying before he closed the door,
"You will need, after your journey, to refresh yourself by making your toilet. I trust you will find all you wish. When you are ready, come to the other room, where you will find your supper prepared."
The light and the warmth and the Count's courteous welcome seemed to have dissipated all of my doubts and fears. Having then reached my normal state, I discovered that I was half famished with hunger. So, making a hasty toilet, I went into the other room. I found supper already laid out. My host, who stood on one side of a great fireplace, leaning against the stonework, made a graceful wave of his hand to the table and said,
"I pray you, be seated and sup how you please. You will, I trust, excuse me that I do not join you. I have dined already, and I do not sup."
I handed to him the sealed letter which Mr. Hawkins had entrusted to me. He opened it and read it gravely. One passage of it, at least, gave me a thrill of pleasure.
"I must regret that an attack of gout, from which malady I am a constant sufferer."
Oh. Excuse me, he's reading it himself. "I must regret that an attack of gout from which malady I am a constant sufferer forbids absolutely any travelling on my part for some time to come, but I am happy to say I can send a sufficient substitute, one in whom I have every possible confidence. He is a young man, full of energy and talent in his own way, and of a very faithful disposition. He is discreet and silent, and has grown into manhood in my service. He shall be ready to attend on you when you will during his stay, and shall take your instructions in all matters. The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of a dish, and I fell to at once on an excellent roast chicken. This, with some cheese and a salad and a bottle of old Tokay, of which I had 2 glasses, was my supper. During the time I was eating it, the Count asked me many questions as to my journey, and I told him, by degrees, all that I had experienced. By this time I had finished my supper, and by my host's desire had drawn up a chair by the fire, and begun to smoke a cigar which he offered me, at the same time excusing himself that he did not smoke, and had now an opportunity of observing him, and found him of a very marked physiognomy. His face was a strong, very strong, aquiline, with high bridge of the thin nose, and peculiarly arched nostrils, with lofty domed forehead, and hair growing scantily around the temples, but profusely everywhere else. His eyebrows were very massive, almost meeting over the nose, and with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. The mouth, so far as I could see under the heavy moustache, was fixed and rather cruel-looking, with peculiarly sharp white teeth. These protruded over the lips, whose remarkable ruddiness showed astonishing vitality in a man of his years. For the rest, his ears were pale, and the tops extremely pointed. The chin was broad and strong, and the cheeks firm, though thin. The general effect was one of extraordinary pallor. Hitherto I had noticed the backs of his hands as they lay on his knees in the firelight, and they had seemed rather white and fine, but seeing them now close to me, I could not but notice that they were rather coarse, broad, with squat fingers. Strange to say, there were hairs in the center of his palm. The nails were long and fine and cut to a sharp point. As the Count leaned over me and his hands touched me, I could not repress a shudder. It may have been that his breath was rank, but a horrible feeling of nausea came over me, which, do what I could not conceal. The Count, evidently noticed it, drew back, and with a grim sort of smile, which showed more than he had yet done in his protuberant teeth, sat himself down again on his own side of the fireplace. We were both silent for a while, and as I looked towards the window, I saw the first dim streaks of the coming dawn. There seemed a strange stillness over everything. But as I listened, I heard, as if from down below in the valley, the howling of many wolves. The Count's eyes gleamed, and he said, "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make." Seeing, I suppose, some expression in my face strange to him, he added, "Ah, sir, you dwellers
in the city cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter.
Then he rose and said,
But you must be tired. Your bedroom is all ready, and tomorrow you shall sleep as late as you will. I have to be away till the afternoon, so sleep well and dream well.
With a courteous bow, he opened for me himself the door to the octagonal room, and then I entered my bedroom. I am all in a sea of wonders. I doubt, I fear, I think strange things, which I dare not confess to my own soul. God keep me, if only for the sake of those dear to me. 7th of May. It is again early morning, but I have rested and enjoyed the last 24 hours. I slept till late in the day and awoke of my own accord. When I had dressed myself, I went into the room where we had supped and found a cold breakfast laid out, with coffee kept hot by the pot being placed on the hearth. There was a card on the table on which was written, "I have had to be absent for a while. Do not wait for me. D." I set to and enjoyed a hearty meal. When I had done, I looked for a bell so that I might let the servants know that I had finished, but I could not find one. There are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are around me. The table service is of gold, and is so beautifully wrought that it must be of immense value. The curtains and upholstery of the chairs and sofas and hangings of my bed are of the costliest and most beautiful fabrics, and must have been of fabulous value when they were made, for they are centuries old, and though in excellent order. I saw something like them in Hampton Court, but they were worn and frayed and moth-eaten. But still, in none of the rooms, there is a mirror. There is not even a toilet glass on my table, and I had to get the little shaving glass from my bag before I could either shave or brush my hair. I have not yet seen a servant anywhere, or heard a sound near the castle except the howling of wolves. Sometime after I finished my meal, I do not know whether to call it breakfast or dinner, for it was between 5 and 6 o'clock when I had had it. I looked about for something to read, for I did not like to go about the castle until I had asked the Count's permission. There was absolutely nothing in the room, book, newspaper, or even writing materials, so I opened another door in the room and found a sort of library. The door opposite mine I tried, but found it locked. In the library I found, to my great delight, a vast number of English books, whose whole shelves full of them, and bound volumes of magazines and newspapers. A table in the center was littered with English magazines and newspapers, though none of them were of very recent date. The books were of the most varied kind: history, geography, politics, political economy, botany, geology, law, all relating to England and English life and customs and manners. There were even such books of reference as the London Directory and the Red and Blue books, Whitaker's Almanac, the Army and Navy lists, and it somehow gladdened my heart to see the law list. Whilst I was looking at the books, the door opened, and the Count entered. He saluted me in a hearty way, and hoped that I had had a good night's rest. Then he went on.
I am glad you found your way in here, for I am sure there is much that will interest you. These companions, and he laid his hand on some of the books, have been good friends to me, and for some past years, ever since I had the idea of going to London, have given me many, many hours of pleasure. Through them, I have come to know your great England, and to know her is to love her. I long to go through the crowded streets of your almighty London, to be in the midst of the whirl and rush of humanity, to share its life, its change, its death, and all that makes it what it is. But, alas, as yet, I only know your tongue through books. To you, my friend, I look that I know it to speak.
But Count, I said, you know and speak English thoroughly. He bowed gravely.
I thank you, my friend, for you are all too flattering estimate. But yet I fear that I am but a little way on the road I would travel. True, I know the grammar and the words, but yet I know not how to speak them.
Indeed, I said, you speak excellently.
Not so, he answered. Well, I know that. Did I move and speak in your London? None there are who would not know me for a stranger. That is not enough for me. Here, I am a noble. I am a boyar. The common people know me, and I am master. But a stranger in a strange land, he is no one. Men know him not, and to know not is to care not for. I am content if I am like the rest, so that no man stops if he sees me, or pauses in his speaking if he hears my words. Ha ha! A stranger! I have been so long a master that I would be master still. Or at least that none other should be master of me. You come to me not alone as agent of my friend Peter Hawkins of Exeter, to tell me all about my new estate in London. You shall, I trust, rest here with me a while, so that by our talking I may learn the English intonations. And I would that you tell me when I make error, even of the smallest in my speaking. I am sorry that I had to be away so long today, but you will, I know, forgive one who has so many important affairs at hand.
Of course, I said all I could about being willing, and asked if I might come into that room when he chose. He answered,
Yes, Certainly. And added, you may go anywhere you wish in the castle, except where the doors are locked, where, of course, you will not wish to go. There is reason that all things are as they are. And did you see with my eyes and know with my knowledge, you would perhaps better understand.
I said I was sure of this, and then he went on.
We are in Transylvania, and Transylvania is not England. Our ways are not your ways, and there shall be to you many strange things. Nay, from what you have told me of your experiences already, you know something of what strange things there may be here.
This led to much conversation, as it was evident that he wanted to talk, if only for talking's sake. I asked him many questions regarding things that had already happened to me, or come within my notice. Sometimes he sheered off the subject, or turned the conversation by pretending not to understand, but generally he answered all I asked most frankly. Then, as time went on, and I had got somewhat bolder, I asked him of some of the strange things of the preceding night. As for instance, why the coachman went to the places where he had seen the blue flames. Then he explained to me that it was commonly believed on a certain night of the year, last night, in fact, when all evil spirits are supposed to have gone unchecked, to have unchecked sway, a blue flame is seen over any place where treasure has been concealed.
That treasure had been hidden, he went on, in the region through which you came last night. There can be but little doubt, for it was the ground fought over for centuries by the Wallachians, the Saxon, and the Turk. Why, there is hardly a foot of soil in the region that has not been enriched by the blood of men, patriot or invader. In the old days, there were stirring times, when the Austrian and the Hungarian came up in hordes, and the patriots went out to meet them, men and women, the aged and the children too, and waited their coming on the rocks above the passes, that they might sweep destruction upon them with their artificial avalanches. When the invader was triumphant, he found but little, for whatever there was had been sheltered in the friendly soil.
But how, said I, can it have remained so long undiscovered, when there is a sure index to it, if men will but take the trouble to look? The Count smiled, and his lips ran back over his gums. The long, sharp canine teeth showed out strangely. He answered,
Because your peasant is at heart a coward and a fool. Those flames only appear on one night, and on that night no man of this land will, if he can help it, stir without his doors. And, dear sir, even if he did, he would not know what to do. Why, even the peasant that you tell me of, who marked the place of flame, would not know where to look in the daylight, even for his own work. Even you would not, I dare be sworn, be able to find these places again.
There you are right, I said. I know no more than the dead, where even to look for them. Then we drifted off onto other matters.
Come, he said at last, tell me of London, and of the house which you have procured for me.
With an apology for my reminiscence, I went on into... Oh, my lordy. Well, before we do that bit, ladies and gentlemen and all gents outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. How's it going, Francois, you beautiful human being? Thank you very much for bringing all your beautiful people over here. How was 007? You were doing 007 stuff today. I know, because I was lurking. I know, because I was lurking. People from my stream, go and check out the glorious, the beautiful EX. Absolutely exquisite. Francois. Pirate extraordinaire, happy-go-lucky scamp. We love him very, 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 very dearly. I hang out there quite a lot, so you'll often see me in Fraz's chat, for sure, for sure. How was it? Was it great? Was it wonderful? Was it spectacular? Welcome on in, all you beautiful new people. If you are new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard. I don't be corrupting the ears of the young. We're good, loving that game. Little late to the party, but it's up there as a game of the year for you. Oh wow, okay, fair enough. That is impressive. I like it a lot. How's Drac treating you? So far so good. We are most of the way, halfway through chapter 2. We're most of the way through chapter 2. I was expecting it to be a lot drier than it actually is, and I'm enjoying it so far. I am slowly but surely ruining my voice, giving Dracula the same voice as Nosferatu from the Eggers Nosferatu movie, because I think it suits him quite well, to be quite honest with you. But that is what we're doing today. That is the reason why all of the alerts are muted, all you beautiful individuals. Thank you so much for the follows, by the way. I really do appreciate it. This is not a day that I normally stream. I don't normally stream on Thursday by any stretch of the imagination. However, the wonderful community that I have here on Twitch smashed a donation goal, and as a result, we are doing an audiobook stream today. And the community, first of all, voted for the audiobook stream, and second of all, voted for Dracula. We've actually done one other audiobook stream before, where we read The Call of Cthulhu, again, at the request of the community. That is available on the VODs channel for those people that are interested in the audiobook stuff. That is available on the VODs channel. But today we are making our way through a few chapters of Dracula. Love your Dracula's voice. I'm glad that it works. I'm really glad that it works. I appreciate that. People from my stream, go check out Fraz. Fraz is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being. Like I said, I hang out there all the time. Fraz is a franchise streamer, which means that he will play an entire franchise from the first ever game to the very last game. He is just at the end of the Rayman series. He's played 13 games in the Rayman series. He's also doing Sid Meier's Pirates. But Thursdays, he does Fraz's Freaky Thursdays, which is where Fraz picks a game that he wants to play, because he plays all of the other games for all the other people all the time. So on Thursdays, he plays a game that he wants to play personally. Are you nearly at the end of 007 now, Fraz? Or are you, have you got another game lined up? Or have you still got quite a way to go in the game, you know? But Fraz has done a whole load of games. He's done Rayman, he's done the Oddworld series, he's done fucking everything. Everything. I can't think of anything that's stopped. So yeah, Oddworld. Oh yeah. What some of my pretty chill times when I'm needing to concentrate on something, I'll stick one of Fraz's VODs, one of the Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey VODs in the background and just watch him get very, very angry. It's great. It's great. Closing on the end. Got a couple of puzzle games I really want to play. Cool. I know that you're not a massive horror game person, but if you want a game that's really interesting in regards to gameplay style, I played a game yesterday called Out of Sight, where you are a teddy that has magic eyeballs, and you are owned by a little blind girl called Sophie. So you constantly see things either because Sophie is carrying the teddy bear, in which case it's first person, or because Sophie puts the teddy bear down so that Sophie can guide around and do all of the puzzles. Very, 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 very cool game. I would say it wasn't like scary. It was like freaky, if that makes sense. It wasn't like a scary horror. It was like a freaky deaky horror. In the same way that, like, I don't know, it was probably milder than like Little Nightmares. I think it was probably freaky in the same way as like the creepier elements of like Tim Burton movies, as it were. But you know, Interview with the Vampire. Oh my god, Kayla, outrageous. But welcome on in, you beautiful individuals. Fraz, if you need to disappear, love the dark atmospheric, hate it when there are things trying to jump scare me. I think in which case I think you would like the game. I don't think it was very expensive either. It was like 8 quid maybe. But yeah, Out of Sight. I think you'd enjoy it for a day when you just want to do like a gap game between your franchises, where you're like, let's do a one stream game. That game will take you one stream. It will literally take you one stream. The whole game is like 4 hours max gameplay. So yeah, when you're being like, okay, I want a game that is in between streams that chat are gonna enjoy because it's gonna freak me out a little bit. Yeah, I think it'd be a good one for you. Anyway, Fraz and your wonderful community. If any of you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab snaffly treats, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go do so. Please look after yourself. As much as I love you being here, you've got to look after yourself, because how are you meant to pander to my ego if you don't look after yourself? All right? I need people to worship the ground that I walk on, and you can't do that if you're constantly tired and malnutritioned and dehydrated, you know, so you got to look after yourself. Mentally as well. Mental health is also really important. Can't pander to my ego if you're stressed, you know? Okay? Anyway, let us jump back into the book. Back into chapter 2 of Bram Stoker's Dracula. I'm also going to do a little one of them as well. Come, he said at last. Tell me of London, and of the house which you have procured me. With an apology for my remissness, I went into my room to get the papers from my bag. Whilst I was placing them in order, I heard a rattling of china and silver in the next room, and as I passed through, noticed that the table had been cleared and the lamp lit, for it was by this time deep into the dark. The lamps were also lit in the study or library, and I found the Count lying on the sofa, reading, of all things in the world, an English Bradshaw's Guide. When I came in, he cleared the books and papers from the table, and with him I went into the plans and deeds and figures of all sorts. He was interested in everything, and asked me a myriad of questions about the place and its surroundings. He clearly had studied beforehand all that he could get on the subject of the neighborhood, for he evidently, at the end, knew very much more than I did. When I remarked this, he answered, Well, but my friend, it is not needful that I should. When I go there, I shall be all alone, and my friend Harker Jonathan, nay, pardon me, I fall into my country's habit of putting your patronymic first. My name, my friend Jonathan Harker, will not be by my side to correct and aid me. He will be in Exeter, miles away,
probably working at the papers of the law with my other friend, Peter Hawkins. We went thoroughly into the business of the purchase of the estate at Purfleet. When I had told him the facts and got his signature to the necessary papers, and had written a letter with them ready to post to Mr. Hawkins, he began to ask me how I had come across so suitable a place. I read to him the notes which I had made at the time, and which I inscribe here. At Purfleet, on a by-road, I came across just such a place as seemed to be required, and where was displayed a dilapidated notice that the place was for sale. It was surrounded by a high wall of ancient structure, built of heavy stone, and has not been repaired for a large number of years. The closed gates are of heavy old oak and iron, all eaten with rust. The estate is called Carfax, no doubt a corruption of the old quarter face, as the house is four-sided, agreeing with the cardinal point of the compass. It contained in all some 20 acres, quite surrounded by the solid stone wall above mentioned. There are many trees on it, which make it in places gloomy, and there is a deep, dark-looking pond or small lake, evidently fed by some springs, as the water is clear and flows away in fair-sized stream. The house is very large, and of all periods back, I should say to medieval times, for one part is of stone immensely thick, with only a few windows high up and heavily barred with iron. It looks like a part of a keep, and is close to an old chapel or church. I could not enter it, as I had not the key of the door leading to it from the house, but have taken with my Kodak views of it from various points. The house had been added to, but in a very straggling way, as I can only guess the amount of ground it covers, which must be very great. But there are few houses close at hand, one being a very large house, only recently added to and formed into a private lunatic asylum. It is not, however, visible from the grounds. When I had finished, he said, I am glad that it is old and big. I myself am of an old family, and to live in a new house would kill me. A house cannot be made habitable in a day, and after all, how few days go to make up a century. I rejoice, also, that there is a chapel of old times. We Transylvanian nobles love not to think that our bones may lie amongst the common dead. I seek not gaiety nor mirth, not the bright voluptuousness of much sunshine and sparkling waters which please the young and gay. I am no longer young, and my heart, through weary years of mourning over the dead, is not attuned to mirth. Moreover, the walls of my castle are broken, the shadows are many, and the wind breathes cold through the broken battlements and casements. I love the shade and the shadow, and would be alone with my thoughts when I may.
Somehow his words and his look did not seem to accord. Or else it was that his cast of face made his smile look malignant and saturnine. Presently, with an excuse, he left me, asking me to pull my papers together. He was some little time away, and I began to look at some of the books around me, One was an atlas, which I found opened naturally to England, as if that map had been much used. On looking at it, I found in certain places little rings marked, and on examining these, I noticed that one was near London on the east side, manifestly where his new estate was situated. The other two were Exeter and Whitby on the Yorkshire coast. It was the better part of an hour when the Count returned.
Aha! He said. Still at your books. Good. But you must not work always. Come, I am informed your supper is ready.
He took my arm, and we went into the next room, where I found an excellent supper ready on the table. The Count again excused himself, as he had dined out on his being away from home. But he sat, as on the previous night, and chatted whilst I ate. After supper I smoked, as on the last evening, and the Count stayed with me, chatting and asking questions on every conceivable subject hour after hour. I felt that it was getting very late indeed, but I did not say anything, for I felt under obligation to meet my host's wishes in every way. I was not sleepy, and as the long sleep yesterday had fortified me, but I could not help experiencing that chill which comes over one at the coming of dawn, which is like, in its way, the turning of the tide. They say that people who are near death die generally at the change to dawn, or at the turn of the tide. Anyone who has, when tired, has tied it as well as it were to his post, experienced this change in the atmosphere, can well believe it. All at once we heard the crow of the cock coming up with the preternatural shrillness through the clear morning air. Count Dracula, jumping to his feet, said,
Why is there morning again? How remiss I am to let you stay up so long. You must make your conversation regarding my dear new country of England less interesting, so that I may not forget how time flies by us.
And with a courtly bow, he quickly left me. I went into my room and drew the curtains, but there was little to notice. My window opened to the courtyard. All I could see was the warm grey of the quickening sky, so I pulled the curtains again, and have written of this day. Before we continue the last bit of chapter 2, friends, I do want to pause there, because adverts are about to start, and I don't want people who don't have a subscription to miss out on the story, you know? So we are going to have a momentary pause just while the adverts run, you know? But it also gives me a little moment to rest my voice, because
this voice is very choice. It gives the throat quite the exercise,
you know? No worries, Fraz. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for these follows, by the way, friends. We do have anonymous follows here. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, you know? Let me scroll up a wee bit and see what's going on, see what's happening. Racy Novel, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Thanks for the heads up. You are very, very welcome. Absolutely. Way more creepy atmospheric than Scary, definitely. Oh, the out of sight, absolutely. Absolutely. But in fact, there are places in the Balkans that believe that vampire pumpkins and watermelons exist. Fraz, I know that you have just gone for your post-stream walk, but now I'm intrigued by what vampire pumpkins and watermelons are. Does anyone know what a vampire pumpkin and watermelon are? Do you know what I will do? I will talk about in this moment, all right, friends? A little oversight that a lot of people don't see in the thing. First of all, Dracula has a big fuck-off mustache. A lot of people don't pay attention to that fact. Big fuck-off mustache. Kind of like Nosferatu does in the new movie. Anyway, but there was a little detail in the description of Dracula that people often miss. Can anyone tell me what it is? Does anyone know what detail in the regards to the way that he looked, the aspects about him, the appearance that Jonathan Harker did? Hairy hands. Yes, hairy hands. No, not the white hair. It's the hairy palms specifically. He had hair sprouting from his palms. Now, for people that may not know this, but a little bit of history for you, okay? While we're waiting for the adverts to be done. Not werewolfy. No, no, no. It's actually so much more funny than werewolfy, okay? So, in the 1800s, in the 1700s, 1800s, and early 1900s, it was perceived as a sin, as a sinful act to masturbate, okay? It was seen as a sinful act to masturbate. So, to tug oneself off, or to, well, I mean, they didn't believe that women could ever masturbate in those days. They believed that women had sex, or people with vulvas had sex, purely to please the man. That is the only thing that they could possibly do. However, exactly, thank goodness for Kellogg's Cornflakes, stopping us all. And Francois, the other one was the genuine reason why so many people are circumcised in America is because doctors in the 40s and 50s genuinely believed that if a person with a penis was circumcised, they were less likely to masturbate. So they circumcised shitloads of kids, and now it is tradition, and nobody in America can fucking remember why. We actually looked into it, and it turns out it was an anti-masturbation propaganda campaign. Anyway, yep, absolutely. And the because of the way the American healthcare system works, they charge you extra for it as well. I know in the UK has its own weird things, but the USA is so messed up. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So people don't realize it. It's one of those things that everyone thinks it's to do with like cleanliness, or it's to do with like helping prevent infections or something like that. As it was in the old days, like one of the beliefs as to the reason why the Jewish people have like circumcisions and stuff was because of like urinary tract infections. Urinary tract infections, yeah, UTIs basically. Like if you get rid of that, then you can't get like dirt underneath your foreskin and shit like that. It was about all of that shit. That's what one of the beliefs. Obviously, there's others, but one of the beliefs was that circumcision came around in the first place. Thank you very much. That is all. It doesn't work like that, but that's not the point. In regards to America, because I was okay, I understand it from religious reasons. I don't agree with it because I still think it's genital mutilation. But in regards to America had a don't mix church and state type thing. It's not a Christian tradition, so why is it available? So we looked into it, and it turns out it's all to do with anti-masturbation propaganda. The reason why they made it a trend, they made it fashionable for for parents to have their kids circumcised, was to help prevent masturbation later on in life. And it doesn't work. It's all bullshit. It's basic genital mutilation for the sake of it. And it's a whole fucking bullshit thing. Anyway, that was the whole thing. Back in, as I was saying, back in the 1700s, 1800s, and a little bit into the 1900s, in the United Kingdom, it was seen as a sinful act to masturbate. It was seen as a sinful act to tug off one's old meaty love truncheon. Okay. And the way that it was said, the way that the church said that you could tell whether someone was a wanker, literally, was because they would grow hair from their palms. Their eyesight would start going, and they would grow hair from their palms. So when it describes Dracula as having a sprouting hair from their palms, it is literally an indication of Dracula is a sexual deviant as per Victorian sensibilities. He is a sexual deviant because he is growing hair from his palm. So he's into masturbation. He is already a sinner. He shows himself as a sinful person by displaying symbols of sin. And yeah, it's one of those things that a lot of people don't really clock on in this day and age. But I'm like, I know this shit. I'm aware of these things. It was one of the risks. They would say, don't masturbate. Do not indulge oneself in self-pleasure, or you will get hairy palms and you will lose your eyesight. Those were the two things that were attributed to masturbation, was hairy palms and losing your eyesight. Because to masturbate was to do something unnatural, and therefore you would show signs that were against nature, growing hair out of your palms. Okay? There you go. That's good. Now the adverts are over. Should we continue? Did nobody follow up with the circumcised teenager? I mean, it obviously didn't work. It didn't matter for you. That's the problem. This is the thing that you've got to understand about censorship and anti-masturbation dynamics, anti-sex dynamics, is the fact that none of it works. It is actively proven throughout history that none of it works, but it doesn't matter because by that point the damage has been done, the rumors are all out there, and people still believe it works, even when everybody knows that it fucking doesn't. So yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. There we go. So there you go. There's a little bit of a British education for you, British historical education for you, to give you a bit of context as to why Dracula is already, even within chapter 2, he is already seen as sinful, you know? And to think there will have been people at one stage that will have read this without having ever known the Dracula story. They'll read this for the first time and they'll be like, oh, who the fuck is this lord who stays out late in, the earliest he's seen is mid-afternoon, do you know what I mean? Or late afternoon or something, you know? So it's a whole thing. Do I need to get myself another tea? No, I'm all right. I've got a water. Thank you very much. Thank you for your concern, though. I appreciate it, Druidus Midian. If I have another tea now, I'll be pissing all night. But yeah, does that mean that they thought that the Jewish men didn't masturbate? I couldn't possibly tell you. To be honest with you, Melsinev, what I know of the anti-masturbation propaganda that went around the 40s and 50s, they didn't give a flying fuck about anybody. They literally just thought, as I understand it, the argument was that if you take away the foreskin, there is less skin around the penis, and therefore there is less skin to stretch when one is masturbating, which will make it more uncomfortable and more painful for them to masturbate, so they are less likely to masturbate. Obviously, that didn't fucking stop anybody. But these people, that type of person cannot be fucking told, all right? Now then, to end our chapter 2. 8th of May. I began to fear, as I wrote in this book, that I was getting too diffuse. But now I am glad that I went into detail from the first. But there is something so strange about this place, and all in it, that I cannot but feel uneasy. I wish I were safe out of it, or that I had never come. It may be that this strange night existence is telling on me, but would that that were all. If there were anyone to talk to, I could bear it, but there is no one. I have only the Count to speak with, and he, I fear, I am the only living soul within the place. I have only the Count to speak with, and he, I fear I am the only living soul within the place. Let me be prosaic, so far as facts can be. It will help to bear up, and imagination must not run riot with me. If it does, then I am lost. let me say at once how I stand, or seem to. I only slept a few hours when I went to bed, and feeling that I could not sleep any more, I got up. I had hung my shaving glass by the window, and was just beginning to shave. Suddenly I felt a hand on my shoulder, and heard the Count's voice saying to me, "Good morning." I started, for it had amazed me that I had not seen him since the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me. In starting, I had cut myself slightly, but did not notice it in that moment. Having answered the Count's salutation, I turned to the glass again to see how I had been mistaken. This time there could be no error, for the man was close to me, and I could see him over my shoulder, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. The whole room behind me was displayed, but there was no sign of a man in it, except myself. This was startling, and coming on the top of so many strange things was beginning to increase that vague feeling of uneasiness which I had always have when the Count was near. But at the instant, I saw that the cut had bled a little, and the blood was trickling over my chin. I laid down the razor, turning it as I did, so half around to look for some sticking plaster. When the Count saw my face, his eyes blazed with a sort of demoniac fury, and he suddenly made a grab at my throat. I drew away, and his hand touched the string bead which held the crucifix. It made an instant change in him, for the fury passed so quickly that I could hardly believe that it was ever there. "Take care," he said. "Take care how you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think in this country." Then, seizing the shaving glass, he went on. "And this is the wretched thing that has done the mischief. It is a foul bauble of man's vanity. Away with it!" Opening the window with one wrench of his terrible hand, he flung out the glass, which was shattered into 1,000 pieces on the stone of the courtyard far below. Then he withdrew without a word. It is very annoying, for I do not see how I am to shave unless in my watch case or the bottom of the shaving pot, which is fortunately of metal. When I went to the dining room, breakfast was prepared, but I could not find the Count anywhere, for I breakfasted alone. It is strange that as yet I have not seen the Count eat or drink. He must be a very peculiar man. After breakfast, I did a little exploring in the castle. I went out on the stairs and found a room looking towards the south. The view was magnificent, and from where I stood, there was every opportunity of seeing it. The castle is on the very edge of a terrific precipice. A stone falling from the window would fall 1,000 feet without touching anything. As far as the eye can reach is a sea of green treetops, with occasionally a deep rift where there is a chasm. Here and there are silver threads where the rivers wind in deep gorges through the forest. But I am not in heart to describe beauty. But when I had seen the view, I explored further. Doors everywhere, and all locked and bolted. In no place save from the windows. In the castle walls is there an available exit. The castle is a veritable prison, and I am a prisoner. And there we have chapter 3. or chapter 2 of Dracula so far. I think we have enough time to do another one. Is everyone up for another one? One more chapter? Do one more chapter? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's do another chapter then. Chapter 3. Jonathan Harker's journal continued. When I found that I was a prisoner, a sort of wild feeling came over me. I rushed up and down the stairs, trying every door and peering out of every window I could find. But after a little, the conviction of my helplessness overpowered all other feelings. When I look back after a few hours, I think I must have been mad at the time, for I behaved much as a rat does in a trap. When, however, the conviction had come to me that I was helpless, I sat down quietly as I had ever done anything in my life, and began to think over what was best to be done. I am thinking still, and as of yet have come to no definite conclusion. Of one thing only I am certain, that it is of no use making my ideas known to the Count. He knows well that I am imprisoned, and as he has done it himself, and has doubtless his motives for it, he would only deceive me if I trusted him fully with the facts. So far as I can see, my only plan will be to keep my knowledge and my fears to myself, and my eyes open. I am, I know, either being deceived, like a baby, by my own fears, or else I am in desperate straits, and if the latter be so, I need, and shall need, all my brains to get through. I had hardly come to this conclusion when I heard the great door below shut, and knew that the Count had returned. He did not come at once to the library, so I went cautiously to my own room and found him making the bed. This was odd, but only confirmed what I had all along thought, that there are no servants in this house. When, later, I saw him through the chink of the hinges of the door, laying the table in the dining room, I was assured of it. For if he does himself all of these menial offices, surely it is proof that there is no one else in the castle. It must have been the Count himself who was the terrible driver of the coach that brought me here. This is a terrible thought. For if so, what does that mean? What does it mean that he couldn't This is a terrible thought. For if so, what does it mean that he could control the wolves as he did, by only holding up his hand for silence? How was it that all the people at the Bistritz and on the coach had some terrible fear for me? What meant the giving of the crucifix, of the garlic, of the wild rose, of the mountain ash? Bless that good, good woman who hung the crucifix around my neck, for it is a comfort and a strength to me whenever I touch it. It is odd that a thing which I have been taught to regard with disfavor and as idolatrous should in time of loneliness and trouble be of help. Is it that there is something in the essence of the thing itself? Or is it that it is a medium, a tangible help in conveying memories of sympathy and comfort? Sometime, if it may be, I must examine this matter and try to make up my mind about it. In the meantime, I must find out all that I can about Count Dracula, as it may help me to understand. Tonight, he may talk of himself, if I turn the conversation that way. I must be very careful, however, not to awake his suspicions. Midnight. I have had a long talk with the Count. I asked him a few questions on Transylvanian history, and he warmed up to the subject wonderfully. In his speaking of things and people, and especially of battles, he spoke as if he had been present at them all. This he afterwards explained by saying that to a boyar, the pride of his house and name is his own pride. That their glory is his glory. That their fate is his fate. Whenever he spoke of his house, he always said, we, and spoke almost in the plural, like a king speaking. I wish I could put down all that he said exactly as he said it, but to me it was most fascinating. It seemed to have in it a whole history of the country. He grew excited as he spoke, and walked about the room pulling his great white moustache, and grasping anything on which he laid his hands, as though he would crush it by main strength. One thing he said, which I shall put down as nearly as I can, for it tells, in a way, the story of his race.
We the Kellys have a right to be proud, for in our veins flows the blood of many brave races who fought as the lions fight for lordship. Here, in the whirlpool of European races, the Ugric tribe bore down from Iceland the fighting spirit which Thor and Woden gave him. Where their berserkers displayed to such fell intent on the seaboards of Europe, aye, and of Asia and Africa too, till the peoples thought that the werewolves themselves had come. Here too, when they came, they found the Huns, whose warlike fury had swept the earth like a living flame, till the dying peoples held in their veins ran the blood of the old witches, who, expelled from Scythia, had mated with the devils in the desert. Fools! Fools! What devil or what witch was ever so great as Attila, whose blood is in these veins? He held up his arms. Is it a wonder that we are a conquering race, that we are proud, when the Magyar, the Lombard, the Avar, the Bulgar, or the Turk poured his thousands on our frontiers, that we drove them back? Is it strange when Arpad and his legions swept through the Hungarian fatherland, he found us here when he reached the frontier? That the Honfoglalas was completed there. And when the Hungarian flood swept eastward, the Zeklis were claimed as kindred by the victorious Magyars. And to us for centuries was trusted the guarding of the frontier of Turkeyland. Aye, and more than that, endless duty of the frontier guard, as the Turks say, water sleeps, the enemy is sleepless. Who more gladly than we throughout the four nations received the bloody sword, or at its warlike call flocked quicker to the standard of the king? When was redeemed that great shame of my nation, the shame of Kasova, when the flag of the Valak and the Magyar went down beneath the crescent. Who was it who but one of my own race, who was as the void, to cross the Danube and beat the Turk upon his own ground? This was a Dracula indeed. Woe was it that his own unworthy brother, when he had fallen, sold his people to the Turk and brought the shame of slavery upon them. Was it not this Dracula, indeed, who inspired that other of his race, who in later age again and again brought his forces over the great river into Turkey land? Who, when he was beaten back, came again and again, though he had to come alone from the bloody field where his troops had been slaughtered, since he knew that he alone could ultimately triumph. They said that he thought only of himself. Ah! What good are peasants without a leader? Where ends the war without a brain and a heart to conduct it? Again, when, after the Battle of Mohacs, we threw off the Hungarian yoke, we of the Dracula blood were amongst their leaders. For our spirit would not brook that we were not free. Ah, young sir, the Zekelis and the Dracula as their heart's blood, their brain and their sword can boast a record that mushroom growths like the Habsburgs and the Romanovs can never reach. The warlike days are over. Blood is too precious a thing in these days of dishonorable peace, and the glories of the great races are a tale that is told.
It was, by this time, close on morning, and we went to bed. Memoriam. This diary seems horribly like the beginning of Arabian Nights. But everything has to break off at cockcrow, or like the ghost of Hamlet's father. 12th of May. Let me begin with the facts. Bare, meager facts, verified by book and figures, and of which there can be no doubt. I must not confuse them with experiences which will have to rest on my own observation or my memory of them. Last evening, when the Count came from his room, he began by asking me questions on legal matters and on the doing of certain kinds of business. I had spent the day wearily over books, and simply to keep my mind occupied, went over some of the matters that had been examined at Lincoln's Inn. There was a certain method in the Count's inquiries, so I shall try to put them down in sequence. The knowledge may somehow, or some time, be useful to me. First, he asked if a man in England might have 2 solicitors or more. I told him he might have a dozen if he wished, but that it would not be wise to have more than one solicitor engaged in one transaction, as only one could act at a time, and that to change would be certain to mitigate against his interest. He seemed thoroughly to understand, and went on to ask if there would be any practical difficulty in having one man to attend, say to banking, and another to look after shipping, in case local help were needed in a place far from the home of the banking solicitor. I asked to explain more fully, so that I might not be in any chance to mislead him, so he said, "I shall illustrate to you
Your friend and mine, Mr. Peter Hawkins. From under the shadow of your beautiful cathedral at Exeter, which is far from London, buys for me through your good self, my place at London. Good. Now, let me say frankly, lest you think it strange, that I have sought the service of one of so far off from London, instead of some residence there, that my motive was that no local interest might be served save my wish only. And as one of London's residents, perhaps, have some purpose of himself or friend to serve. I went thus afield to seek my agent, whose labors should only be to my interest. Now, suppose I, who have much of affairs, wish to ship goods, say to Newcastle, or Durham, or Harwich, or Dover. Might it not be that it could be with more ease done by consigning one in each of these ports?
I answered that it certainly would be most easy, but that we solicitors had a system of agency, one for the other, so that local work could be done locally on instruction from any solicitor, so that the client, simply placing himself in the hands of one man, could have his wishes carried out by him without further trouble.
But, he said, I could be at liberty to direct myself. Is that not so?
Of course, I replied. And such is often done by men of business, who do not like the whole of their affairs to be known by any one man.
Good,
he said, and then went on to ask about the means of making consignments and the forms to be gone through, and all sorts of difficulties which might arise, but by forethought could be guarded against. I explained all these things to him, to the best of my ability, and he certainly left me under the impression that he would have made a wonderful solicitor, for there was nothing that he did not think of or foresee. For a man who was never in the country, and who did not evidently do much in the way of business, his knowledge and acumen were wonderful. When he had satisfied himself on these points of which he had spoken, and I had verified all as well as I could by the books available, he suddenly stood up and said,
Have you written since your first letter to our friend Mr. Peter Hawkins, or to any other?
It was with some bitterness in my heart that I answered that I had not. That as of yet, I had not seen any opportunity of sending letters to anybody.
Then, write now, my young friend,
he said, laying a heavy hand on my shoulder.
Write to our friend, and to any other, and say, if it will please you, that you shall stay with me until a month from now.
Do you wish me to stay so long? I asked, for my heart grew cold at the thought.
I desire it much. Nay, I will take no refusal. When your master, employer, what you will, engage that someone should come on his behalf, it was understood that my needs were only to be consulted. I have not stinted. Is that not so?
What could I do but bow acceptance? It was Mr. Hawkins' interest, not mine. And I had to think of him, not myself. And besides, while Count Dracula was speaking, there was that in his eyes and in his bearing which made me remember that I was a prisoner, and that I wished it. I could have no choice. The Count saw his victory in my bow, and his mastery in the trouble of my face, for he began at once to use them, but in his own smooth, resistless way. I pray you, my good young friend, that you will not discourse of things other than business in your letters. It will doubtless please your friends to know that you are well, and that you look forward to getting home to them. Is that not so? As he spoke, he handed me 3 sheets of notepaper and 3 envelopes. They were all of the thinnest foreign post, and looking at them, then at him, I noticed his quiet smile, with the sharp canine teeth lying over the red underlip. I understood well, as if he had spoken, that I should be more careful what I wrote, for he would be able to read it. So I determined to write only formal notes now, but to write fully to Mr. Hawkins in secret, and also to Mina. For to her I could write shorthand, which would puzzle the Count, if he did see it. When I had written my 2 letters, I sat quietly, reading a book whilst the Count wrote several notes, referring as he wrote them to some book on his table. Then he took up my 2 and placed them with his own, and put by his writing materials, after which, the instant the door had closed behind him, I leaned over and looked at the letters, which were face down on the table. I felt no compunction in doing so, for under the circumstances I felt that I should protect myself in every way that I could. One of the letters was directed to Samuel F. Billington, number 7, The Crescent, Whitby, and another to Herr Lieutenant Wagner. The third was to Coutts and Co., London, and the fourth to Herren Klopstock and Billruth, bankers in Budapest. The second and the fourth were unsealed, and I was about to look at them when I saw the door handle move. I sank back in my seat, having just had time to resume my book before the Count, holding still another letter in his hand, entered the room. He took up the letters on the table and stamped them carefully, and then turning to me said, "I trust you will forgive me, but I have much work to do in private this evening. You will, I hope, find all the things as you wish." At the door, he turned, and after a moment's pause said, "Let me advise you, my dear young friend. Nay, let me warn you with all seriousness that should you leave these rooms, you will not by any chance go to sleep in any other part of the castle. It is old and has many memories. There are bad dreams for those who sleep unwisely. Be warned. Should sleep now or ever overcome you, or be like to do, then haste to your own chamber or to these rooms, for your rest will then be safe.
But if you be not careful in this respect, then... He finished his speech in a gruesome way, for he motioned with his hands as if he were washing them. I quite understood. My only doubt was as to whether any dream could be more terrible than the unnatural, horrible net of gloom and mystery which seemed closing in around me. Later, I endorsed the last words written, but this time there is no doubt in question. I shall not fear to sleep in any place where he is not. I have placed the crucifix over the head of my bed. I imagine that my rest is thus freer from dreams, and there it shall remain. When he left me, I went to my room. After a little while, not hearing any sound, I came out and went up the stone stair to where I could look out towards the south. There was some sense of freedom in the vast expanse, inaccessible though it was to me, as compared with the narrow darkness of the courtyard. Looking out on this, I felt that I was indeed in prison, and I seemed to want a breath of fresh air. Though it were of the night. I am beginning to feel this nocturnal existence tell on me. It is destroying my nerve. I start at my own shadow, and am full of all sorts of horrible imaginings. God knows that there is ground for my terrible fear in this accursed place. I looked out over the beautiful expanse, bathed in the soft yellow moonlight, till it was almost as light as day. In the soft light, the distant hills became melted, and the shadows in the valleys and gorges of velvety blackness. The mere beauty seemed to cheer me. There was peace and comfort in every breath I drew. As I leaned from the window, my eye was caught by something moving a story below me, and somewhat to my left, where I imagined from the order of the rooms that the windows of the Count's own rooms would look out. The window at which I stood was tall and deep, stone mullioned, and though weather-worn, was still complete. But it was evidently many days since the case had been there. I drew back behind the stonework and looked carefully out. What I saw was the Count's head coming out of the window. I did not see the face, but I knew the man by the neck and the movement of his back and arms. In any case, I could not mistake the hand, which had some many opportunities of studying. I was at first interested in and somewhat amused, for it is wonderful how small a matter will interest and amuse a man when he is a prisoner. But my very feelings changed to repulsion and terror when I saw the whole man slowly emerge from the window and begin to crawl down the castle wall over the dreadful abyss. Face down, with his cloak spreading out around him like great wings. At first, I could not believe my eyes. I thought it was some trick of the moonlight, some weird effect of the shadow, but I kept looking, and it could be no delusion. I saw the fingers and toes grasp the corner of the stones, worn clear of the mortar by the stress of years, and by thus using every projection and inequality moving downwards with considerable speed, just as a lizard moves along the wall. What manner of man is this? Or what manner of creature is it in the semblance of a man? I feel the dread of this horrible place overpowering me. I am in fear, in awful fear that there is no escape for me. I am encompassed about with terrors.
and that I dare not think of. "15th of May. Once more I have seen the Count go out in this lizard fashion. He moves downwards in a sidelong way, some 100 feet down, and a good deal to the left. He vanished into some hole or window, and when his head had disappeared, I leaned out to try and see more, but without avail. The distance was too great to allow a proper angle of sight. I knew he had left the castle now, and thought to use the opportunity to explore more than I had dared to as of yet. I went back to the room, and taking a lamp, tried all the doors. They were all locked, as I had expected, and the locks were comparatively new. But I went down the stone stairs to the hall where I had entered originally. I found that I could pull back the bolts easily enough and unhook the great chain, but the door was locked, and the key was gone. The key must be in the Count's room. I must watch, should his door be unlocked, so that I may get it and escape. I went on to make a thorough examination of the various stairs and passages, and to try the doors that opened from them. 1 or 2 small rooms near the hall were open, but there was nothing to see in them except old furniture, dusty with age and moth-eaten. At last, however, I found one door at the top of the stairway, which, though it seemed locked, gave under a little pressure. I tried it harder and found that it was not really locked, but that the resistance came from the fact that the hinges had fallen somewhat and the heavy door rested on the floor. Here was an opportunity which I might not have again, so I exerted myself and with many efforts forced it back so that I could enter. I was now in a wing of the castle, further to the right than the rooms that I knew, and further to the right than the rooms I knew, and the story lower down. From the windows I could see that the suite of rooms lay along to the south of the castle. The windows of the end room looking out both west and south. On the latter side, as well as to the former, there was a great precipice. The castle was built on the corner of a great rock, so that on 3 sides it was quite impregnable, and the great windows were placed here where sling or bow or culverin could not reach, and consequently light and comfort, impossible to a position which had to be guarded, were secured. To the west was a great valley, and then, rising far away, great jagged mountain fastnesses, rising peak on peak, the sheer rock studded with mountain ash and thorn, whose roots clung in the cracks and crevices and crannies of the stone. This was evidently the portion of the castle occupied by the ladies of bygone days, for the furniture had more an air of comfort than any I had seen. The windows were curtainless, and the yellow moonlight flooding in through the diamond panes enabled one to see even colours, whilst it softened the wealth of dust which lay over all, and disguised in some measure the ravages of time and moth. My lamp seemed only to be of little effect in the brilliant moonlight, but I was glad to have it with me, for there was a dread loneliness in this place, which chilled my heart and made my nerves tremble. Still, it was better than living alone in the rooms which I had come to hate from the presence of the Count, and after trying a little to school my nerves, I found a soft quietude come over me. Here I am, sitting at a little oak table, where in old times possibly some fair lady sat to pen, with much thought and many blushes, her ill-spelt love letter, and writing in my diary in shorthand all that had happened since I closed it last. It is the 19th century, up to date with vengeance. And yet, unless my senses deceive me, the old centuries had, and have, powers of their own which mere modernity cannot kill. Later, on the morning of the 16th, God preserve my sanity, for to this I am reduced. Safety and assurance of safety are things of the past. Whilst I live on here, there is but one thing to hope for, that I may not go mad, if indeed I be not mad already. If I be sane, then surely it is maddening to think of all the foul things that lurk in this hateful place. The Count is the least dreadful to me. That to him alone I can look for safety, even though this be only whilst I can serve his purpose. Great God, merciful God, let me be calm, for out of that way lies madness indeed. I begin to get new lights on certain things which have puzzled me. Up to now, I never quite knew what Shakespeare meant when he made Hamlet say, "My tablets, quick, my tablets, 'tis meet that I put it down," etc. But now, feeling as though my own brain were unhinged, or as if the shock had come which must end in its undoing, I turned to my diary for repose. The habit of entering accurately must help to soothe me. The Count's mysterious warning frightened me at the time. It frightens me more now when I think of it, for in the future he has a fearful hold upon me. I shall fear to doubt what he may say. When I had written in my diary, and had fortunately replaced the book and pen in my pocket, I felt sleepy. The Count's warning came to mind, but I took pleasure in disobeying it. The sense of sleep was upon me, and with it the obstinacy which sleep brings as outrider. The soft moonlight soothed, and the wide expanse without gave a sense of freedom which refreshed me. I determined not to return tonight to the gloom-haunted rooms, but to sleep here, where of old ladies had sat and sung and lived sweet lives, whilst their gentle breasts were sad for their menfolk away in the midst of a remorseless war. I drew a great couch out of its place near the corner, so that as I lay, I could look at the lovely view to the east and south. And, unthinking of and uncaring for the dust, I composed myself for sleep. I suppose I must have fallen asleep. I hope so, but I fear, for all that followed was startlingly real. So real that now, sitting here in broad, full sunlight of the morning, I cannot in the least believe that it was all sleep. I was not alone. The room was the same, unchanged in any way since I came into it. I could see along the floor, in the brilliant moonlight, my own footsteps marked where I had disturbed the long accumulation of dust. In the moonlight opposite me were 3 young women, ladies by their dress and manner. I thought at the time that I must be dreaming when I saw them. They threw no shadow on the floor. They came close to me and looked at me for some time, and then whispered together. 2 were dark and had high aquiline noses, like the Count, and great, dark, piercing eyes that seemed to be almost red when contrasted with the pale yellow moon. The other was fair as can be, with great masses of golden hair and eyes like pale sapphires. I seemed somehow to know her face, and to know it in connection with some dreamy fear, but I could not recollect at that moment how or where. All three had brilliant white teeth that shone like pearls against the ruby of their voluptuous lips. There was something about them that made me uneasy, some longing, and at the same time some deadly fear. I felt it in my heart, a wicked, burning desire that they would kiss me with those red lips. It is not good to note this down, lest some day it should meet Mina's eyes and cause her pain. But it is the truth. They whispered together, and then they all three laughed, such silvery musical laugh, but as hard as though the sound never could have come through the softness of human lips. It was like the intolerable, tingling sweetness of water glasses when played on by a cunning hand. The fair girl shook her head coquettishly, and the other two urged her on. One said,
Go on. You are first. We shall follow. Yours is the right to begin.
The other added,
He is young and strong. There are kisses for us all.
I lay quiet, looking out from under my eyelashes in an agony of delightful anticipation. The fair girl advanced and bent over me till I could feel the movement of her breath upon me. Sweet it was in one sense, honey sweet, and sent the same tingling through the nerves as her voice, but with a bitter underlying the sweet, a bitter offensiveness as one smells in blood. I was afraid to raise my eyelids, but looked out and saw perfectly under the lashes. The girl went on her knees and bent over me, simply gloating. There was a deliberate voluptuousness which was both thrilling and repulsive, and as she arched her neck, she actually licked her lips like an animal, till I could see in the moonlight the moisture shining on the scarlet lips and on the red tongue as it lapped the white, sharp teeth. Lower and lower went her head as the lips went down below the range of my mouth and my chin, and seemed to fasten on my throat. Then she paused, and I could hear the churning sound of her tongue as it licked her teeth and lips. I could feel the hot breath on my neck. Then the skin of my throat began to tingle, as one's flesh does when the hand that is to tickle it approaches nearer and nearer. I could feel the soft shivering touch of the lips on the super sensitive skin of my throat, and the hard dents of two sharp teeth just touching and pausing there. I closed my eyes in languorous ecstasy and waited with beating heart. But at that instant, another sensation swept through me as quick as lightning. I was conscious of the presence of the Count, and of his being as if I as if lapped in a storm of fury. As my eyes opened involuntarily, I saw his strong hand grasp the slender neck of the fair woman and with giant power draw it back. The blue eyes transformed with fury, the white teeth championing with rage, and the fair cheeks blazing red with passion. But the Count... Never did I imagine such wrath and fury even to the demons of the pit. His eyes were positively blazing. The red light in them was lurid, as if the flames of hell fire blazed behind them. His face was deathly pale, and the lines of it were hard like drawn wires. The thick eyebrows that met over the nose now seemed like a heaving bar of white-hot metal. With a fierce sweep of his arm, he hurled the woman from him, and then motioned to the others as if he were beating them back. It was the same imperious gesture that I had seen used to the wolves. In a voice which, though low, and almost a whisper, seemed to cut through the air and then ring in the room, he said, "How dare you touch him, any of you? How dare you cast eyes on him when I had forbidden it? Back, I tell you all. This man belongs to me. Beware how you meddle with him, or you'll have to deal with me." The fair girl, with a laugh of ribald coquetry, turned to answer him. "You yourself never loved. You never love." On this, the other woman joined her, and such a mirthless, hard, soulless laughter rang through the room that it almost made me faint to hear. It seemed like the pleasure of fiends. Then the Count turned, after looking at my face attentively, and said in a soft whisper, "Yes, I too can love. You yourselves can tell it from the past, is it not so? Well, now I promise you that when I am done with him, you shall kiss him at your will. Go, now. Go! I must awaken him, for there is work to be done."
"Are we to have nothing tonight?"
said one of them, with a low laugh, as she pointed to the bag which he had thrown upon the floor, and which moved as though there were some living thing within it. For answer, he nodded his head. One of the women jumped forward and opened it. If my ears did not deceive me, there was a gasp and a low wail, as of a half-smothered child. The women closed around it, whilst I was aghast with horror. But as I looked, they disappeared, and with them the dreadful bag. There was no door near them, and they could not have passed me without my noticing. They simply seemed to fade into the rays of the moonlight and pass out through the window, for I could see outside the dim, shadowy forms for a moment before they entirely faded away. Then the horror overcame me, and I sank down into unconsciousness. And that is the end of chapter 3 of Dracula, which is where we will be ending our reading today, you beautiful beings. We've got a little time, so we can talk about it. If you would like to talk about it, I will turn the alerts back on, so that we can have a chat. We can do the bits and pieces. We can all play. Kazamoose, come here, G-Devil. What do you like, Clem Jiggers? Is also Ifrijan, you beautiful individual. I don't know whether you're still here. I hope that you are. Sneaking in here while the alerts are still disabled. Took off from work early and came home to this, and I am elated. Ifrijan, thank you so much for the 1,500 biddies. Bloody Nora, that is a lot of biddies. That is a lot of biddies. I've also got some names to inscribe on the Mirror of Vane, which I will do now. Or I've got one name to inscribe on the Mirror of Vane. Purple Paradox. You beautiful being coming in here with the Amazon Prime subscription there. I will now inscribe your name on the Mirror of Vane, you beautiful being. By having your name on the Mirror of Vane means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. In fact, technically, it's a metaphorical one because it doesn't even exist anymore. You also get access to all those sexy little emotes, and you'll get a discount on the merchandise store. There is obviously no obligation to buy merchandise, but it's there if you would like it, you know? But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky devil. Oh, that last bit of reading Dracula's lines was like, oh my God, like I was choking because I felt a little, I think I've scratched my throat a little bit, which is fine. It was part of the dynamic that I was expecting when choosing that voice. But I scratched my throat and I just felt it go, zip, and I was like, right, I'm going to choke if I don't take a moment. So, excuse me if I broke the tension at the very end there, but you know. When is the next reading? That is entirely dependent, Tinky Dinky. That is entirely dependent on the donation goals. Because the whole reason why we're doing this today, the whole reason why we did this today was because you beautiful, beautiful human beings smashed the last donation goal, and I put the votes in the Discord so that people can vote on what they want the next donation goal to be. The current donation goal is to get another chapter of our roleplay stream where I dress up as Jareth from the Labyrinth and do more of these things. So at the end of that donation goal, we will have this beautiful episode 3 where chat plays a character and I guide you through the world of the Labyrinth, as it were. But after that is done, we will do another vote if people want more of Dracula. I am very, very, very happy to continue it. I would love to continue it, in fact, because I've really enjoyed today. How's it going, Chunk? How you doing? I hope you had a wonderful time at your buddy's house tonight. Your Dracula voice's impression, your Dracula voice impression is an appetite, nothing more. That's kind of, well, I kind of sort of based it off the what's the word I'm looking for? Jesus Christ. The Nosferatu voice. Because the Nosferatu voice in Egger's version of it is meant to be... He's meant to have an accent of a long dead language. So he's meant to have a solid accent of a long dead language. So that's where it all started. However, I realized that we've only just got to the bit where he's met the brides of Dracula. And I'm aware that as he starts to get fed upon by if the movies are to be believed, then as he gets fed on by Dracula, Dracula will become more like fluent with his language. So it's going to be interesting to go from these to a more British accent. It will be interesting. We'll see the most. Oh, thank you very much. Both Chunk and Nib are in there. Thank you very much for a wonderful reading. Much enjoyed and hoping to hear more. I do want to say before anything else happens, I do want to say if there's anybody here that is from like that area of the world, I hope you can excuse any accent barbarity, as it were. any accent barbarity, because I do not know the accent well enough. I do not know the languages well enough in order to do good accents for that area. But I did my absolute best. So I hope it's all right for you, you Eastern Europeans, Far Eastern Europe. It's Far Eastern European approaching on, yeah. That area, you know. Really enjoyed it. I'm glad to hear it, Alpha Demon. Thank you very much. Mira Jade as well. Welcome on in. How you doing? What is going on here? Oh, interesting. I don't know how you've managed to do this. I don't even know whether you're here or not. But in fact, no, I won't call them out. Whoever it was, the person that I've just inscribed on the vein for using their Prime here, for some reason I've got you listed as using your Prime subscription with me 5 times. So I'm not sure how that's happened, but I hope that you haven't spent any money if you're using your Prime subscription here, you beautiful being. You know? I've got the driest lips as well. Right, where was I? There we go. 2024 Nosferatu film, yes. Bill Skarsgård, absolutely correct. Which is wild, J-Rix, because I literally, like, not even 2 weeks before, a month before, I had seen Bill Skarsgård in the Crow remake, which was diabolically shit. It was so unbelievably awful. And then I go find out that, like, one of the greatest roles that I have seen in the past decade was done by the same guy. And I'm like, what? What is this? What is this sorcery that you've come up with here, all right? Thank you for reading. It was a pleasant interruption to over great stresses. I'm glad that I could provide a little distraction for you, Prometheus. Absolutely. Was this the movie that Val mentioned earlier? Yeah, the 2024 Nosferatu. By the director was Eggers. Was it William Eggers? Bill Eggers? I can't remember. Somebody Eggers. E-G-G-E-R.
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thanks so much for the follow, you beautiful being. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Where do I know the link to the donation goal, or the link to the dono, has been put into chat? This is the current donation goal that somebody... I don't have show dono with speech available while I was doing the audio stuff. If I disabled a lot of the... Robert Eggers, thank you very much. Not Bob Egg. Robert, yeah. Not Bill Eggers. Robert Eggers. I disable a whole load of the channel point redeems while I'm doing the audiobook stuff, because I don't want loads and loads of interruptions, and I'm sure you don't want loads of interruptions either. But I will talk about it. Like, this is the current donation goal. At the end of each donation goal, we always do like a reward stream like this as a way that I can say thank you to all of you beautiful human beings for being so kind and being so generous, and helping me out. You know, every donation goal we have is to help me in some way, shape, or form. So I am deeply, deeply, deeply appreciative of all of you for those. As I said, the end of this one, we'll be doing some Labyrinth roleplay stuff. We'll do another Labyrinth roleplay stream. These are all like extra stuff that I basically throw out there to say thank you. Because I do not take any of it for granted, and I am extremely, extremely grateful that people think that my inane prattlings on the internet are worth supporting, you know? You know? Black Moon Rose, welcome on in. Found myself here with some raid. I like the vibe. I'm a lurker, but I slide back. That's all right. You slide away, you beautiful bean. I very much appreciate lurkers. Lurking is loving, absolutely. But apparently, Dan Clancy said that we're not allowed to call them lurkers anymore, so we call them Watchers from the Void. But absolutely, very, very, very welcome here. I appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. If you lurk away here, I'm very grateful of it. Tidal and Tom. If you want to see that, for it looks amazing, yeah. There's a Spanish version of Dracula starring Christopher Lee where he starts off as old and grows younger every time he feeds. Worth a watch if you can find it. I've seen a couple of versions like that where they do grow younger. Obviously, Bram Stoker's Dracula with Gary Oldman is a solid call. Very romanticized, but a solid call nonetheless. Still a good movie, do you know what I mean? But Yeah, I've seen...
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little
Thank
stalker.
you so much for the followers, you beautiful being. I really appreciate it. I went through a phase of going back to like the old black and white Gothic movies. So I watched The Wolfman, I watched Dracula, I watched Nosferatu, I watched the original Frankenstein, I watched Karl... Is it Burkhoff? The guy who played Frankenstein, his version of The Mummy. I watched a whole load of them. Boris Karloff, thank you very much. Not Karl Burkhoff. Boris Karloff, thank you very much. Yeah, I watched all of like the old black and white movies, and then I was like, maybe I take the opportunity now. I started watching White Zombie, and then was like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Watched The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Yes, yeah, I watched that one. Haven't watched the Creature from the Black Lagoon yet. But I figured I might. That's like where it starts going into like the Hammer horror territory. Although is the original Creature from the Black Lagoon like an old black and white one?
Caro is being far too kind. Confound them.
Caro, thank you very much. Friends, can we get some egos in chat saying a massive thank you to Caro for helping donate, take us a little step closer towards the nice Labyrinth stream. The wonderful Labyrinth stream. The old Hammer horrors were awesome. I don't know too much about them. I feel like the original Hammer horror movies will probably be quite good. I fear that as they get closer and closer to the 70s, they become cheesier and cheesier. So I'd be intrigued to watch like the original. What's his name? Literally just said it. Christopher Lee. I'd like to watch the original Christopher Lee Dracula, not the Spanish one. What I do find really interesting though is the fact that when they were filming the black and white version of Dracula with Bela Lugosi, they actually did 2 film sets. They did an English version, and I think it may have been a Spanish version actually. They did an English version and a Spanish version, and basically once the daytime, I think it was like the daytime shift was the English version, and the nighttime shift was the Spanish version, and they literally like chop and changed it like overnight because they wanted to use the set as much as possible to keep filming these things. So literally the first depiction of the first official movie or unofficial movie depiction of Dracula was Nosferatu.
Someone is being far too kind.
An anonymous individual has also been far too kind. Can we also get some more egos in chat for that anonymous individual? If you've got anonymous emotes as well, which is our little troll in a Mac and a Trilby hiding away, then please throw them out now as well. Thank you so much, you beautiful being. Whoever it is that you are, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Luo Pusara, how you doing, you cheeky devil? Thank you so much for reading. You are very, very welcome. I literally did a post on various different social medias not even a week ago where I was like, I'm not going to do any audiobooks. And then here I am doing an audiobook. And I'm like, oh yeah, shit. I never really thought about it. Because when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, I'm not going to sit down and record audiobooks, you know, like off stream and do bits and pieces, and then realize actually this is still technically an audiobook even though I'm reading it live. Do you know what I mean? There's a couple of fuck ups because I've never read the book before. If I was doing this professionally, technically speaking this is professionally, but if I was doing this like professionally where I was going to go do a reading somewhere, I will have read the script effectively. If I was going to read the first 3 chapters of this book professionally somewhere, then I would have literally read the first 3 chapters of this book about 20 times. So that I had...
Alpha Demon is being far too kind.
So that I had
them.
all of the words directly in my brain and knew everything about it. Do you know what I mean? That would have been my entire dynamic there.
Vet is being far too kind.
What is going on?
Them.
Alpha Demon and Vet, thank you so much. More egos in chat for these wonderful, wonderful beings. This is far too fucking kind of you, friends. God damn it. You're so fucking... You are very, very nice. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. God, you little... Oh, you... Oh, you plucky young whippersnappers. Best thing ever was Grumpy, after trying to get my neighbor's cat back in, was outside on duty while she was away, came back at 10:30 UK to this. Cheered me up so much, made my kitty sleep deeply as you read. Now you've stopped, she's woken up. It was super sexy and kinky too. Oh, well, that was the thing. That is the thing that I have realized, is the way that Dracula is depicted, even though the language is quite evasive, the way that Dracula is depicted in this book is very sexy. He is meant to be sinful. He is meant to be lustful. That last scene with the brides of Dracula, where they're like, oh, finally we can get hold of some fresh fucking blood. And he goes, he is mine. I said you weren't allowed to touch him. That's like a very homoerotic, like the day and age in the late 1800s. What was it? 1886 this was published. The late 1800s that this was released. Like, that would have been scandalous. That would have been scandalous to an 1800s audience. This sinful man who has hairy palms because he masturbates with 3 wives because, you know, monogamy was the only way to do things in Britain in those times. This scandalous hedonist turns around to a man and says, turns around to his wives and says, get off this man. He is mine. Like, the audience would have been like, wow, that is erotic, homoerotic, you know? So yeah, that would have been a whole fucking thing for sure. Sitting down after a long PT session, just got home to listen. Well, friends, if you are interested in listening to the entire thing, if you came in halfway through, or what have you, obviously this will be put on the VODs channel. I have a VODs channel over on VODs and Vanity, which is the VODs channel for all of my live streams. I will be putting that up tomorrow. I will get it all sorted and put it up tomorrow, so it will be released completely tomorrow for you, so people can catch up, people can check in, people can watch it fresh, whatever it be. And if you are watching the VOD right now, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of this and for watching along. I hope that you enjoyed the story as much. Oh yeah, the thing that I always forget, if you're interested in telling me how much you enjoyed the story, put it in the comments below. I always forget that. Like, the standard self-promo stuff that happens on YouTube, I always forget it. I'm like, yeah, like and subscribe. Oh god, it's so cheesy. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, you beautiful being. Robert Eggers, that was the one. Hold on, did I see J-Rex? How you doing? How's it going? No. Luflu, I did see a Luflu. How you doing, Luflu? I appreciate you being a Void Watcher. I appreciate you so much. I was like, I'm sure I saw a Luflu in here somewhere. I did see a Luflu. Hello, you beautiful bean. I hope you're doing well. I hope life is treating you really fucking wonderfully, you beautiful bean. I appreciate you. Luflu is an old school friend of mine. Old school friend. Like, when I first started streaming, Luflu was one of the first streamers that I came across and was like, oh my god, your community is great. I'm going to hang out here. I'm going to hang out here. Loved the Northman. Watched it. Saw it for the first time projected onto a white tarp on the side of a Viking bus in the middle of the woods, way back from Viking Village. The Burning Man, pretty neat. Wow, that's pretty cool. I haven't. Do you know what I haven't seen yet? I haven't seen Robert Eggers's trailer for Wolfman, because he is doing, or Werewolf or something like that. He is doing a Wolfman thingy, and I am looking forward to watching it. I haven't seen it yet. I will probably do some kind of reaction video to it. It's probably the easiest way of doing it. But yeah, I'm intrigued by that one. Kindly explain currency from pounds to US dollar. Currently the pound is, well, the US dollar is shit. GBP to USD. 1 GBP, so 1 British pound, is the equivalent of $1.35. We currently get 74p to the pound, which is 74p to the dollar, which is great if you are trading from pounds to the dollar. If I was going over to America, I'd be having a great time because I'd be like, oh, this is amazing. But when you get paid in dollar, it used to be like 1-to-1. I'd get paid, say, $1,000, and I'd get paid like 940 pounds, Great British pounds, back in 2021 or what have you. And then recently, due to completely unknown circumstances, that definitely have nothing to do with American politics. Definitely have nothing to do with American politics that we're not talking about because we're not doing politics now. I'm too tired. Nowadays, if I get $1,000, if I'm paid $1,000, I will make £740 off that, which is quite the drop. £200 drop is quite a drop. It has to be said. It has to be said. Nosferatu beans, fucking love Nosferatu. So good. So good. Hope a kind of belated donation is fine as well. Oh no, absolutely no. For you, there is no pressure, friends. Never, ever, ever any pressure for donations. Never any pressure to subscribe. Never any pressure to throw biddies. Never any pressure. All like the only thing I would very much appreciate is that you come here and you enjoy yourselves. I do not expect any donations. I do not expect any subscriptions. I'm deeply grateful for them when they do happen. When people have that money spare and then they choose to use it, like for me, I am deeply, deeply, deeply grateful for it. But it's never expected. It's never expected. It is never something you are obliged to do. I just want you to come and enjoy yourself. That's all I really care about. That's all I really care about, you know. The Black Cat, I think I have the Black Cat on my list of things to watch, but I haven't watched it yet. Currently, not yet. We just finished in time to me to take a test. Been gathering info for. Just take a quick break and then pound to the books again. Sounds good, Vet. Sounds good. Absolutely. Thank you so much again for all these donations, by the way, friends. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. The old G. So the old G Creature from Black Lagoon is in black and white. In which case I will probably watch that. I usually around about Halloween time I get into like old school horror movies again. So I might go do them then. No worries, give him Nell. You take it easy, beautiful individual. Faust 1926, a really cool special effects imagery. I think I've seen clips of that one. Do you know what? I might have seen that one actually, Glitter Psychosis, because I did Faust in university as like an acting thing. As a performance, we studied Faust when I was back in uni. Going to void and watch the remainder of the stream since gotta go get ready for me. No, go do. Ladies Yandra, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Want to see Jack Nicholson as a young kid, as a young Christopher Lee. So weird. Oh, wow. The 70s ones get cheesier and almost more. Well, they just put more tits in them, don't they? That tends to be the way that all the Hammer horrors went. Was they were like, we're gonna do horror, we're gonna do horror, we're gonna do horror. Horror
is being far too kind.
Horror isn't selling as well. Let's do tits. Tits and horror. Tits and horror. Blood and boobs. What could possibly go wrong? People, can we throw some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Eris Ptolemy. I can't believe we're at 90% of the goal already. That is wild. What is wrong with you people? Why are you like this? Thank you so much, Eris. That's very, very kind of you, beautiful being. You can do, if you are not a subscriber, you can do !ego and the bot will do it for you. The bot will do it for you. So Didymus, how you doing? It's interesting because when Christopher Lee was Dracula, Christopher Lee as Dracula is waking up the stairs, or walking up the stairs, excuse me. His legs are so long that he can take him two at a time with no problem. Yeah. Do you know what one of the biggest things, before he died, obviously, Christopher Lee complained about was...
Audrey Forrest is being far too kind. Confound them.
You've only gone and done it, haven't you? You've only gone and done it. You beautiful being. Can we get some egos in chat? That is 100% of the goal. That is us. We have completed this donation goal. God damn it. Which means... Oh my god, thank you so much, you beautiful beans. Yeah, one of Christopher Lee's biggest complaints was the fact that he played Dracula more than anybody else on screen history, in like cinema history, and yet when people think of Dracula, they only think of Bela Lugosi. They only think of Bela Lugosi. Right, let me have a look at the diary. When can I... th of August. Oh, I don't know whether I can do that then. That's going to be really busy. Let's not do that then. Let's push it back a little bit and just give myself a little bit more time. 21st of August. That would actually work really nicely, actually. Because I've got a photo shoot the day afterwards. Labyrinth. The Labyrinth stream. Very well. We will engage ourselves in chapter 3, the third section of the Labyrinth roleplay game, where we will be entering the lands of yore. The stench is overwhelming, but at least the claustrophobic walls of the maze are behind you. Somewhere through this open sprawl of wild things, the Goblin City awaits. And beyond that, the castle. There's my Jareth impression. There's my Jareth impression. Okay, 21st of August. I will stick it into the announcements as well. Edit. Oh, now we are officially up to date with those, which means that's perfect timing for these. Let me do it now, otherwise I will forget to do it forever. Forever. 21st of August.
Little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they are lurking, but I very much appreciate you throwing me your follow, you beautiful bean. Upcoming streams. So 21st of August 2026, 7 p.m. BST. Labyrinth. TTRPG. That is the stream where the community, the chat, are playing a character and trying to get through the labyrinth. And the last episode, you all met Chunko.
Smell bad.
Who is my darling housemate.
Bradley friend.
Who you saved and is ready to enter the land of yore with you all. Classic Chunk. Big shout out to Classic Chunk for doing me some random Ludo quotes so that he can be Chunko, which just makes me happy in my little soul. So yeah, big thanks to him for that. Okay. So that's that. That's in there. Thank you again. A massive thank you to all you beautiful people who have helped support me and doing that. I will make sure. Thank you very much, Nibrin, for the shout out for my dear housemate, Classic Chunk, who plays a lot of dopamine mining games. If you like the number go up, make head feel good kind of games, Classic Chunk is a wonderful person to hang out to, for sure. I will stick up sometime over the weekend, I will stick up the vote for the next donation goal reward. I'll put in the Dracula book. I might put in a couple of other things. I normally do 5. I give out 5 different options. They are available in the Discord. You have to be a member of our Discord in order to vote for them, because that's the only way I can keep on top of it all. That's the only way I can keep on top of it all, unfortunately, because otherwise it just gets far too complicated. But we will do that. We'll get that sorted. And we will have that out sometime over the weekend. I will not be restarting the donation goal until for a couple of days, because I get weirdly uncomfortable with being like, oh, you've hit a donation goal, time for the next one. No, I don't like that. I like to sit in the gratitude for a minute. Do you know what I mean? I like to sit in the gratitude and just be like, do you know what? People are genuinely really fucking nice, and they are very, very kind and very generous, and I hate to feel like I'm being ungrateful. So there won't be a new donation goal for another few days and bits and pieces. And there won't be another donation goal until I feel comfortable with not feeling ungrateful, if that makes sense, or feeling like I am ungrateful. But because you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. That thing, you know. It's interesting because Christopher, yeah, they're doing two other things, and porn, like, yeah, Lady Donegan, exactly. They definitely get more porny as the further you get into the 70s, you know. When they first released these films in the cinemas, they had nurses there to help people who fainted and have panic attacks. That doesn't surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me at all. It must have felt so real to them. They don't have the jaded life of us technophiles nowadays. Do you know what I mean? Best thing ever was Grumpy after. Yeah, exactly. That was where I was. That was where I was. Absolutely amazing. Fabian, how you doing? How's it going? Fuck up are amazing. Is that right? Fuck cups are amazing. I got you, Fabian. Yeah. I suppose it makes it more real when I stumble over my words every so often, you know. Love your nickname you gave me, Dinky Dinky. Yeah. Oh, Tinky Dinky? Tinky Dinky. Yeah. Absolutely. I've been on a boating holiday on the Thames, and it's been by the Bray Studios, where they filmed a lot of the Hammer horror films, and the fangirl in me went crazy. It was like Lee's first outing as Dracula in 1958, and that was my first horror film I watched at age 6 or 7 years old. Got me hooked into the Dracula lore and horror in general. I love that. Funny, interesting thing though, another thing that I noticed, in this book was the fact that it never actually talks about Dracula. It talks about Dracula never being out in the sunshine, but he actually is out. He's up during the morning, and he's awake in the afternoon. It's not this whole thing of like, oh, as soon as sunset happens, or as soon as sunrise happens, or what have you. And the fun fact for you, friends, is that is because in this book, the sunlight doesn't kill vampires. The first ever depiction ever of sunlight destroying a vampire is the black and white movie Nosferatu. True fact. And that is because they needed to get around the copyright laws of Dracula. Prior to that, all vampires avoided the daytime because evil things come out at night. Just old school myth and lore 101. Evil things come out at nighttime. There was never any depiction of, like, they avoided sunshine, but there was never anything to say that sunshine actively hurt them until the movie Nosferatu. There you go. Vampires tend to be low powered during daytime. Don't you start that, Minya. Otherwise, we're getting into fucking Twiglet territory. Fucking Twiglet. Twilight, for those people that don't understand my sass. Getting close to the third. Yeah, the adventures. Third labyrinth adventures of Bratley Chatsworth. Absolutely. Bloody Tatty Boggles. Yeah, I never liked Twilight. I like Twilight even worse than the Blade 1 excuse of I'm just going to wear loads of sunscreen and that will protect me from the UV radiation. It's like, wet. So different doing an audiobook recording. What you're doing is here is much cooler because it feels more alive. The little pauses here and there remind us to go get drinks and such. Oh, thank you so much, Minya. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Always had a big thing for vamps. Glad to hear it, Loopy Loo. I mean, I understand it. Also, another whimsical fact, another bit of vampire lore for you. This book, Dracula, was the first ever time that a vampire was seen as sexy. Or even noble. Before the novel Dracula, before this book literally was released, vampires were seen as like shambling hordes of the undead, kind of like zombies. Like ghouls that preyed in the night, trying to find unwitting people. They were never noble. They were never rich. They were never of high class or had any decorum or charisma about them. None of that shit existed. They were literally seen as like ghouls as we understand them today. Like shambling monsters that would prey on anybody they happened to find. And amusingly enough, going back to another bit of supernatural tidbit horror lore, zombies, as we understand them today, only came around with Night of the Living Dead. Night of the Living Dead was the first time that the undead, as we understand them to be zombies, were seen as a shambling horde. Before that, they were always servants of black magic's voodoo priests, or evil voodoo priests, as many people depict them. Yeah, it's a whole thing. We did some deep dives in it a while ago, but you know. So yeah, before that, the shambling horde that everyone understands now to be zombies was actually how they viewed vampires back in the day. And then this happened, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, a vampire can be sexy? What? What? The undead creeping horror of the night that comes and tries to eat our face can actually be sexy? Huh? What do you mean?" Yeah, whole thing. I looked into this a lot back in the day. Is there an everyday toned down version of that book, more affordable, I mean, of this one, of Dracula, for you? Is that what you're asking? Follow-up question regarding the first vampire is sexy thing. Wasn't that fact alone shell-shocking? Oh, yeah. Because this was the first depiction. This here was the first depiction of a vampire being seen as human. Being seen as something that could masquerade among humanity, and you wouldn't know whether they were an evil blood-sucking monster or a human being. That was the only thing. Do you know what I mean? There is, and it's posh as fuck. I will say that 1886, the Dracula is now in the public domain, which means that you will be able to find copies of it online, and you will be able to read it without paying a single fucking penny for it. I love reading books like this. Don't get me wrong. I am a big fucking fan of reading books like this. However, I am fully aware. I recently read The Invisible Man, and that I read that online for free because it's in the public domain. So any book that's over 100 years old is in the public domain, and it should be free, and you'll be able to read it. If I prefer to have one of these, absolutely. If you are a person that prefers to have something like this, absolutely. If you just want to pay to support the foundation or the estate or what have you, then please do so. But if you are a person that just wants to read the book for the sake of reading the book, do that. Do you know what I mean? Recommend you looking into it in used bookstores. You can find some good copies. Yeah, there you go. And also supporting small businesses like used bookstores. Always a good thing. Talking about been catering to the Byronic audience as well. Yeah, so there is rumor that Bram Stoker based this depiction of Dracula, or certainly this depiction of Dracula was influenced by Lord Byron. Lord Byron, who also influenced in a very different way the modern day Prometheus, aka Frankenstein. Such a pleasure. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you so much for being here. She Halion, how you doing? How's it going, you beautiful bean? And of course, Lou Flu, you beautiful bean. Don't blame you, gingerly. Go check that out whilst sleeping. It will help me sleep. Yeah, absolutely. Sleepy stuff. I'm trying to scroll down a wee bit, so I might miss a couple of things. What time is it here? It is 4 minutes to midnight. You could give me all the specs, including publishing house, etc. It would be really awesome. Building the UK and hunt down a translated version, which I exist hope. I would imagine there probably will be for something like Dracula for sure. She said, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Wait a minute, where's the wig? You know, the wig? Oh, that wig got sent back, she said. That wig got well and truly sent back. I was getting a refund off that wig if it killed me. Jesus Christ. Frostbite, I'm glad that you stuck around. Appreciate you, buddy. And thanks so much for the raid earlier as well. Don't live in the UK, live in the USA, but it was new paperback copy. So, bugs? Yeah, Loki. Gamma Press. Just can't stop winning, I know, right? I know. Scandalous. There's a new edition, check it out, yeah. US third world. How could you ask so much of them to pay you money that you're worth? Oh, Midgard. I don't ask anybody to pay me money. As you well know, Midgard, as you well know, I don't ask anybody to pay me money. If people have money after they've paid their rent, they've paid their bills, they've done all their food shopping, paid for their loved ones, paid for something special just for themselves. Once they have paid all of those things and they still have, if after all those things, they still have money left and they decide to throw it my way, I am extremely fucking grateful for it. But I am like, cover all those things first. Look after yourselves first. First and foremost, look after yourselves. Everything else, like, you know, can come afterwards, you know? Kiara, how you doing? It's a tenner in linen gold embossed. Ooh, looks gorgeous. Sounds wonderful. Get it. If you can, if you are able to, you know. Tits and horror is literally what I walk back in on. Loki, we were talking about the way that Hammer horror got in the 70s. Started off in like the late 50s with genuine decent horror, then got cheesier and cheesier and cheesier. You know? Recommend Vincent Price's Comedy of Terrors. I haven't seen the Comedy of Terrors. I did see The House on Haunted Hill, and I saw another one of Vincent Price's. The one with the twins. Can't remember what that one is, but there was one black and white horror movie with twins. I think I've also seen Mask of the Red Death as well. Not sisters. Twins of Evil? Nope, that's 1971. (1920s). Cannot remember. No idea. The Shining, no, it was like in the 1920s. It was like, it was an early one. It was an early one. I'm the exact same height as Christopher Lee was. I can confirm the two-stepper. I mean, I run upstairs anyway. I can't do it. Why would I walk upstairs when I can run up them? You know? Bound up them like a frightened gazelle. Never saw that coming. Love this community. So freaking generous. They really are, Kismet. I'm spoiled. I'm truly fucking spoiled rotten. And I'm extremely fucking humbled by it. Christopher Lee played Dracula no less than 10 times, at least 2 of which were parody movies. Very, very funny. Yeah. He got sick of playing Dracula. He really didn't want to do it, but they kept paying him so well. He would ask for an outrageous price purely so that they wouldn't cast him as Dracula again, and they always agreed to it. You know? Is this a Sir Didymus episode? Yes. Yeah. So the next Labyrinth episode will be in the Lands of Yore, which is where... I don't know whether we'll meet Sir Didymus. I haven't worked out. Well, do you know what? I'll put Sir Didymus in it somewhere. The question is whether chat meets them. Because there's been like 4 or 5 characters so far that were like, I had written as NPCs that you haven't met. Just because of the way that you decided to go. And it was like, fair enough, you know? Save them for another game. Like coming out of the London Underground station, be hit back with flowing sewers and dogging area. Yeah. I found out recently that dogging's actually legal. That's always fun. Anyway. You wait so that you can rest a bit because you know the community will smash it too quickly. No, I don't, Lazana. I wait because it makes me feel awkward as fuck to set up a new donation goal immediately. That whole thing of like, Oh, I've hit a donation goal. Right, here's my next donation goal. It makes me just feel so ungrateful. So ungrateful. Do you know what I mean? It's like I can't even take a moment to rest before I need to get more money. Ugh. Ugh. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Not a fan. The fainting in need of medical attention thing is still valid nowadays. There's a new Splattergore movie in the grand premiere. No one is doing is worth watching and vice versa. Interesting. Splattergore. I've never really been a big one for gore, I have to say. I've never really been a big one for gore. I find it particularly cheesy. Helena the Unicorn. I think it might be The Black Room from 1935. The Black Room. No. No, it wasn't. But that name rings a bell, so I think I might have seen that one as well. Nom de plume, how you doing, G Devil? Same when it came to having a write-up about celebrities for my GCSEs, who I choose. It was so awesome. Valid excuse to fully research him and his characters. Absolutely. Vampires tend to be low power. Yeah, the low-powered vampire thing really got to me. I hate the idea of a low-powered vampire. Just like, for God's sake. Although I do, Susie Izzard did a sketch on it, which I always found very, very entertaining. Being part of this community and supporting your efforts is equivalent of going out to the cinema or show. It's much enjoyable. Not much more enjoyable. The crack is definitely better. Oh, Gingerly, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you so much. Zeebs, how you doing? How's it going? Same with Garlic, because actually the flowers vampires don't like, but that didn't show up so well. So in the black and white film, yeah. Garlic flowers. Twilight sucks as a vampire film. I haven't seen it. I'm not going to pass judgment on I will pass judgment on the Twilight franchise as a whole, but I haven't seen the movie, so I can't say whether the movie was good or bad. I can say that what I've seen of it, the clips I have seen of it, make me cringe like nobody's business. However, what I will say on it, not that we're going to have this conversation because I don't have time and I'm knackered, but if you understand that 50 Shades of Grey is a Twilight fanfiction, and then you start to think of Christian Grey as a 300-year-old vampire, suddenly a lot of his behaviors make a lot of sense. When you're like, Christian Grey was written as a 300-year-old vampire. Yeah, actually, no, that shit tracks. that actually makes a lot of sense. That abusive behavior, that suddenly starts to make sense now. Do you know what I mean? I have watched the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. I have indeed watched that. That was a very, very old black and white movie. A very fun one, though. I was not expecting it to... I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I did. It's in the miniseries of Dracula in 2020. I did not see it. I watched the first one, and then I wasn't in the right headspace for it, so I never continued it. But I will probably pick it back up at some stage, though, because it was only like a 3-episode series, right? Never have and never will watch Twilight. Saw the advert. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it. I wasn't a big fan of the premise, never mind anything else. I also definitely had the other side of it, which was when everybody fucking loved it and shoved it down my throat, and I was just like, well, now I don't want anything to fucking do with it. I don't want anything to do with it because it's been shoved down my throat so much, it disgusts me. You know? Becca Gone By, you have come in just as we are finishing up, you beautiful bean. I'm renewing my passport. You might go to Ken next year. Qualia, really? Ooh. We are making it bigger next year. I literally had a meeting with one of the people that I run it with on like last Wednesday, and we were talking about how we're going to make it bigger next year. It's going to be significantly bigger next year. For those people that don't know, Ken is the erotic cabaret that I run that's like the Moulin Rouge Fuck the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And the website is down. Do not panic for those people that are wondering about the website. The website is down. It's down on purpose. Fear not. I allowed everything to expire because the Online Safety Act is a pain in the fucking hoop, and it is causing a lot of problems for us in the UK. Anybody who does anything that could be remotely seen as adult is causing a lot of problems. Anyway, darling friends, wonderful, happy-go-lucky scamps, buddies, chums, and pals. We're going to go raid somebody because it is 7 minutes past midnight. And I was intending to stream for 3, maybe 3.5, maybe 4 hours. And now we are over 5 hours. So we're going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. But before we do that, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators, especially today, because I don't normally stream on a Thursday. And the fact that they are here doing their job, helping me out for no fucking money on a day that they're not even expecting to be around means the world to me. They have really gone out of their way to help me out on these extra streams. So a massive thank you to those mods. Mods, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do. Thanks for all you do in and out of stream, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, and all the stuff you do for this wonderful community. I really appreciate it, you beautiful beans. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Thanks so much for all the compliments about the reading as well. Let me have a very quick look at who we can go throw some love at. I don't know whether anybody's going to be doing anything that's particularly talky, as it were, and any chattery stuff that's like this stream. I like to raid over to something that's of a similar ilk, you know, of a similar ilk. But let me have a quick look and see if I can find something that's got a somewhat familiar vibe to it. That could work. That could work. Okay. Interesting. How long have you been streaming? Okay. How long have you been streaming? Let's raid into you. Let's raid into you. We raided this person a couple of weeks back. But they're one of my favorite people. So that would be wonderful. Friends, if you can stick around for the raid, then I would really appreciate it. Even if it's only like 5-10 minutes to go throw some love at another delightful individual. The reason what we're doing, because we've got a lot of new people here, okay? What we're doing now is what we call a raid, okay? So for those people that are new to Twitch, what's going to happen is I'm going to take all of you beautiful people that are in my audience and we're going to go see another person. I'm going to take you all over to another stream. The reason why we do that is because it helps the streamer out that we're going to go raid out by dropping all you beautiful individuals over to them. It means that I can introduce you to a new streamer who you might be like, oh my god, this person's absolutely fucking hilarious. I love them to pieces. I want to be part of their streams every single time they stream, you know? And it also helps me out because it shows what a wonderful, lovely community I have. What a group of absolutely spectacular individuals that you all are. And that makes me look good. All right? You all make me look good. So if you can stick around for that raid, I would really appreciate it. Even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, just to go throw some love at another delightful individual. All right? All right? Friends, we're going to go raid a dear friend of ours who I raided not so long back, but they're probably the person that I can rely on for continuing the vibes, as it were, or certainly continuing fun and games and inclusivity and joy and happy-go-luckiness, because all of the other streams that I am looking at ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work. Friends, we're gonna go and raid our dear friend, Just Playing. We're gonna go raid Just Playing. Just Playing plays a large variety of very unusual games. They also fucking love dad jokes, and if the beginning of stream is anything to go by, I know that you'll get on with them. Oh my fucking god, there are so many of you in here. How are there so many of you? I don't even stream on a Thursday. What is going on? Thank you so much, friends. Thanks so much for being here. I don't have my viewer numbers on, like, ever, because I don't like to see it. I like to just pay attention to the people that are here. But thank you so much to everybody that's here. I really appreciate it. If you are not in the raid up here, because sometimes Twitch likes to leave people behind, could you please click on the link that I have just thrown out here? We used to, and wait for us all to come over, we used to all plow over. Or we used to do a shout out so that everyone could see what they were about, but we stopped doing that because it gives them a heads up that we're coming, and I don't want to give them a heads up. Medium SFX, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Right, friends, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for all the donations. Thanks so much for all the follows. To all you beautiful people that joined in the conversation and enjoyed the story and what have you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you and your attention. For all those people that are lurking, or should I say, watchers from the void, I appreciate you for being here. For all you people watching the VOD in the future land, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here as well. I'll be back on Monday at 7 p.m. BST, that's 7 p.m. British time, where we'll be chatting some shit and doing sex education. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, I'll fucking kill you. See you all later, bye!